Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome back. Good evening. It is currently 11:54 p.m. and today's date is the 25th of November 2024. The year is coming to an end. Wow. We're getting old. I'm getting old, guys. I'm gonna turn 30 next year. I'm gonna turn 30 next year, bro. Man. I was just like 19 2 days ago, bro. Now I'm like 30 next year. Anyway, yes, the time is flying. The time is flying by. So make the most of your time. Do not waste your time, people. Do not waste your time. Make the most of your time, okay? Make sure you use your time wisely because you're never going to get your time back. You are never going to get your time back, people. You could get money back, you could get properties back, you could find another love. You know, if you maybe fell in love with the wrong person, you could find another love. You know, life goes on. However, you are never gonna get your time back. We do not talk a lot about not getting your time back. You know what I mean? Like we never really talk about how when your time is past, it is past. You never get it back. You never get it back, people. How is that even possible? That is just wild. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please use your time wisely. Please don't give anybody your time just like that. Save your time for yourself, okay? Save it for the people that you love, for the people that inspire you, for the people that put bright smiles on your face, okay? Yes, yes, y'all. It is your boy Genesis. You know what time it is. We are going to be delving in today's live stream. All right. The future looks bright regardless. Okay. Regardless of what's going on in your life today, just know that the future looks bright. Okay. No matter what you're going through, things might look like, you're never going to get out of this darkness of this hole or whatever is going on in your life. I promise you that the God in heaven is preparing something special for you. You might not think it's gonna happen for you, but I promise you it's gonna happen for you. Just stay focused, stay uh disciplined, and just stay thankful, man. Stay thankful. Okay, regardless of what's going on in the United States, regardless of what's going on in the world, regardless of what's going on in your family, stay disciplined, okay? Stay hopeful and just expect something nice from the universe. So, what is going on here? Can Trump push the Fed chair Powell out? I don't know. Maybe he can. Maybe because this man is the king when it comes to making deals. Okay, he is the king when it comes to making deals. So for sure, he can probably push him out. He can probably push him out. Probably.
Forbes media chairman and editor-in-chief, and John Carney, Breitbart finance and economics editor and co-author of Breitbart Business Digest, which you got to get. Gentlemen, good to see you both. Thanks for being here.
You.
Steve, first of all, he may not do it. He may just live with Powell until 2026. But could President Trump fire him?
Well, first of all, Powell has to have a lesson. The Federal Reserve is not a branch of government. It was created by Congress. It's not like the Supreme Court or a federal judge. So now, in terms of he has a term until May of 2026. But the fact of the matter is, if the president wants the Fed chair out, the Fed chair will ultimately resign. The Treasury Department has ultimate authority over the dollar, peculiarity of American law. Now, back with Harry Truman, had a real fight, Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve chairman ended up having to resign as part of a peace agreement between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve, which supposedly established Federal Reserve independence.
But what if Powell, in that case, he did resign? What if Powell says, I'm not going to?
Then he will be seen as ineffective. The Treasury Secretary will be setting dollar policy. Wow. It's an untenable position.
Yeah.
And it's also the height of arrogance in the sense it's not about the Fed independence. That's not the issue. It's about the models they're using on which they base their decisions, which have been universally wrong for a number of years. And that's what they should make the issue, the Fed's incompetence.
Well, talk about incompetence. Jay Powell was talking yesterday about fiscal responsibility. And of course, some people wonder about the responsibility of the Fed to inform Congress and the White House when they're not being fiscally responsible. But let me just roll that tape and get your response.
The U.S. federal government's fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path. You've got a very large deficit you're at full employment, and that's expected to continue. So it's important that that to be dealt with. It is ultimately a threat to the economy.
Yeah, well, where was he with the rollout of all that deficit spending of the Biden administration?
Right. We needed to hear from him back in 2021 when the Biden administration was rolling out the American Rescue Plan, another $2 trillion.
All of Bidenomics rolled into one.
Right. And they really were mum about it. In fact, they covered for it. They did monetary accommodation, which meant that the Fed got to keep doing all of this. And that drove inflation through the roof. And then they said inflation wouldn't be persistent, that it was going to be transitory. So they provided the cover the Biden administration needed to keep on spending. And now he's talking about, unsustainable path. Donald Trump should ignore him. I think Donald Trump actually has the legal authority to remove him. I do not believe that executive branch officers, which essentially is what he is, he's appointed by the president, can serve once they have lost the confidence of the president. I think the Supreme Court would side with him. Donald Trump won't do that, though. He's not going to remove Jay Powell, partly because it would end up in a court fight that might not be resolved until Jay Powell's thing is already
pick your battles,
over.
And he has more important things to worry about. But Steve, whether Jay Powell likes it or not, we're going to get supply side policies. The great Judy Shelton, who we all love, who should have been appointed to the Fed. She was nominated by Trump, but she got caught up in a mess in the Senate and didn't make it in. Maybe she will this time. But she talked about the way in which the Fed is going to have to, whether they like it or not, deal with supply side economics on Maria's show earlier. Roll that tape.
If they've come around to thinking that you increase supply rather than try to cut off demand, then that would be good news for the incoming Trump administration, because it would dovetail with a supply side approach that lowers taxes, lowers regulation. So I don't like the Fed kind of now concerned and saying they might have to raise interest rates. That didn't seem to be the path they were on before the election. Yeah.
They have one policy for one president, another for another president. I mean, how do you think they will respond, the Fed, to the supply side economics?
I think they will take a wait-see approach. I think the reason why Powell was so, in effect, belligerent by his standards on this, because he knows he has a weak hand. He knows his record is rotten. He knows there are people who are going to be associated with Trump, like David Malpass, who understand the flaws of the Fed and the current models. And Judy Shelton, the reason they feared her wasn't her one vote. Was she would start to ask embarrassing questions about how they operate.
Yes. John, Judy went on to talk about the Fed staff and how I didn't know the ratio was this big. According to her, anyway, 9-1 in terms of Democrats to Republicans. Even Democrats, though, like Larry Summers, admits that there are too many woke central bankers in the Fed and around the world right now. So how does the Trump team try to untangle that mess, to get some of the wokeness out of our central bank?
Yeah, look, the Fed models will not be able to deal with Trump economics. They will be wrong all the way through, in part because they weren't built to handle anything like the kind of economics Trump is going to propose. So that they're going to be taken aback. They will not be able to model it. In some ways, Jay Powell is absolutely right to say, look, we don't know what's going to happen with this. They have no idea. They cannot deal with supply side economics at all because their basic model is just very demand focused. They will raise interest rates to try to stifle demand if they think inflation gets too high.
But let me stop you there. Could that screw up Trump's plans to revitalize our economy?
I don't think it will, because I think they will not have an inflationary excuse to come in. If they try to get ahead of inflation, by the way, they try to say, oh, no, we think these tax cuts will be inflationary. The outrage from Congress will be such that that will be a threat to Fed independence, because they will say, We cannot have them setting fiscal policy, which is essentially what they would be doing if they were going to raise rates to get ahead of Trump's fiscal policy.
Yeah. Well,
they would get shut down immediately.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the whole Fed model is based on the idea that prosperity causes inflation,
Right, which is nonsense.
Which is absolute nonsense, and that has to be attacked. The Federal Reserve looks like it's going to be obstructionist. First of all, the rise in the price of gold tells you that there's real concern about the integrity of the dollar. The Fed is messing up again because it's looking at the wrong
And the
thing.
rise in interest rates. As the Fed lowers rates, the market says, we don't believe you. We think you're going to have to raise them. Those rates have been going up.
They have no faith and trust in the Fed. So the Treasury Secretary and the President have to start making that a theme.
Oh man. Did you hear what this man just said? He said that the whole premise of the Fed is prosperity causes inflation. What are you talking about? Huh? Powell, what are you talking about? Powell, what are you talking about? Prosperity causes inflation, bro?
The Federal Reserve doesn't know what it's doing.
Yeah.
You're doing well is not bad for the country.
I want to stick with you for a second because you focused on this before. What about something really revolutionary? Essentially getting rid of the Federal Reserve Board, going back to a gold standard, turning the Federal Reserve into a kind of a currency exchange rather than somebody that sets Fed rates, et cetera. Would Trump be interested in something like really revolutionary like that?
I think when he gets his program in and the economy responds well, assuming we don't have some disaster overseas, China or whatever, I think then he'd have the political capital to say, we need a real remake of the Federal Reserve, starting with the Federal Reserve models. Have Congress start to hold hearings, get people prepared, marinate that the way the Fed operates now is destructive to the economy. Subpar performance is always the result with the Fed in charge.
By the way, my old boss at the Wall Street Journal, Bob Bartley, the late, great Bob Bartley, was kind of looked favorably on the.
Just think about if Trump says that he wants to cut down the Federal Reserve and then go back to the gold standard, just like this guy said. That would be like the most unimaginable thing that has happened in a very long time in the United States. That was like nobody would ever like think that would happen. That's like wild.
The idea of a currency board rather than a Federal Reserve Board. But he said the problem is if you have a pandemic, well, there wasn't a pandemic back then, but if you have some emergency like a pandemic or a financial crisis, you need a lender of last resort. And that is what the Fed does right now. You wouldn't have that. What do you think?
Well, I think, first of all, a lot of people don't realize Trump has the legal authority to restore a gold standard. Nixon was able to take us off on his own authority. There are certain things like the IMF right now. We have deals with them that say we're not going to be on the gold standard, but we control it. The IMF is ours. We own the IMF. If we can change any arrangement we need, we would probably want to let markets know that it's going to happen. I agree with Steve. If you are going to make a radical shift like that, you should wait a little while to let the prosperity agenda kick in so that you do have the political, economic, and social capital to say, we are already making it work. We can make changes in the way the monetary.
I'm getting a wrap, but I want a quick answer from both of you. First to you, John. What about Robert Lighthizer as perhaps being the trade rep again? Do you think he'd be the right person for the job?
I think he is absolutely the right person, but I think he may get an even bigger job than that. He has already been the trade representative. The newspapers are reporting that he will be the leader on trade in the administration. That doesn't mean
is that a new position?
It could mean who knows. He could be the Treasury Secretary, the Commerce Secretary. Lighthizer is a genius. He's a guy we need in office right now.
Steve?
I prefer David Malpass just because of his experience with things like the World Bank, the Treasury Department. He understands the Fed and Treasury better than anyone out there. They're not going to buffalo him if he's in that chair.
Let me just say I like David Malpass a lot, too, and any position he gets in would be great for him.
All right. Good to see you both. Exciting times. Huh?
Yes, they are.
Really exciting times. Steve and John, thank you.
We got Scott Besson.
Trump is on another level, guys. He is on another level. This man, nobody's able to predict what he's going to do. It's just like, what is he going to do? Is he going to shut down the Federal Reserve? Nope, nobody knows. Is he going to, talk to the IMF, which is the International Monetary Fund? Nobody knows what he's going to do. And this is why I voted for this guy, because Nobody knows what he's going to do. We don't want a guy who you know exactly what he's going to do. You want to vote for someone who nobody knows exactly what he's going to do. Unpredictable commander in chief. Man.
And another heart-wrenching reminder of the horrors unleashed by 4 years of open borders chaos. As the incoming Trump administration gets to work on trying to fix it, a 2-year-old girl found by Border Patrol in Eagle Pass, Texas. She's alone, no parents, no guardians, trafficked across by smugglers carrying nothing but a piece of paper.
Venezuela, mamá. Venezuela. ¿Sí? ¿Qué tantos años tienes? ¿2 años? ¿No vienes con tu mamá y tu papá? ¿No? ¿Venezuela? ¿Para dónde vas, mamá? ¿Dónde están?
And that little girl is among the 60 unaccompanied children encountered by Border Patrol. And one of the many reasons Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, will be visiting the area tomorrow, along with Governor Greg Abbott. And Homan's ready to send a clear message to blue states who are refusing to get on board with President-elect Trump's mass deportation plans.
They want to do their own thing. To me, you've got a powerful weapon, among others, which is okay, no federal funds. Boom. Last thoughts.
And that's going to happen. I guarantee you, President Trump will do that. We're going to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats right out of the gate because they pose the most danger to this country. What governor or mayor doesn't want public safety threats and national security threats out of their neighborhoods, out of their communities? That's your number one responsibility. So you can hate Trump all you want, but you got to love your community more than you hate President Trump.
And it looks like Homan's already got his main challenger, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston. So that Democrat is vowing to resist Trump's mass deportations, even saying he's willing to get arrested over it. He wants to use local Denver officers and 50,000 residents stationed at the county line and what he calls a Tiananmen Square moment. But he is starting to walk some of that back.
Would I have taken it back if I could? Yes, I probably wouldn't have used that image because that's an image I hope we can avoid. What I was trying to say is this is an outcome I hope we can avoid in this country. I think none of us want that.
I think one of the things that they forget, Judge, or that is missing in the context is that why did we get to this point where you have 70% of Americans saying they are for mass deportations? It's because of policy consequences from the last 4 years. And now people are like, let's do this and get it done.
Let's do it and get it done. And the amazing thing is, you know, Dana, the American people are very charitable people. They are loving people. It takes a lot for them to get to this point. And you can thank the Biden-Harris administration. By the 2-year-old that we just saw breaks my heart. She is lost. She's abandoned. She's alone. She's been trafficked. She's been endangered, abused, and neglected. And we've got 320,000 kids like this who are lost thanks to the Biden-Harris administration because they look the other way. And if they didn't approve of this, there'd be someone looking for them. But no one's going to start looking for them until Donald Trump comes into office. And where are the tears for this little girl? I teared up. I'm sure most mothers teared up when they saw this 2-year-old. She says, I'm 2 in Spanish. I mean, they had tears for kids in cages, allegedly, you know, through the Flores decision. At least we know where the kids were. At least we knew that they were safe. They had to be separated from their parents temporarily. But here's the bottom line. I don't know what this administration has done with these children. They have been allowed to be picked up by a qualified sponsor. You know what a qualified sponsor is? It's a person 18 years of age who has the income that he can afford to take care of the child. They're not taking DNA. These kids are being trafficked. They're being abused, and they're being abused and trafficked as a result of the Biden-Harris administration. There are no tears for them. And in the end, what we've got is Kamala, who ran, and that's why she lost. She was against deportation. And the Dems, they don't want to talk about these kids. They'll talk about anything but these kids. And this bozo from Denver, you don't even know your history. You don't even know what Tiananmen Square is about.
Are the Democrats going to find their footing on this issue, Harold?
I hope so. First of all, good to be back with everybody. Hope everybody had a good weekend. I'd say a couple of things. First, to both the mayor of Denver, whom I don't know, and the new designated board czar, they both sound like they're auditioning for a Clint Eastwood movie. They both need to tone the rhetoric down and perhaps get on a phone call together because I think they probably agree more than they disagree. Two, I agree with the judge that it's heartbreaking to watch that child, the 2-year-old there, and there's a lot of blame to go around. One of the things that my party, to get to your question, Dana, needs to recognize is that there's not an issue other than inflation that working class Americans, that resonates more with them, that they understand better as a working class issue than the border. One of the reasons the numbers are rising for the number of Americans and the cross section of Americans, Democrat, Republican alike, who are in favor of some sort of deportations, is because there are many Americans. A friend of mine told me yesterday, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to afford life, and I read that my tax dollars are supporting illegal immigrants coming to our country. I have sympathy and I'm compassionate, but I can't understand why we're allowing this to happen. That's not a mean-spirited sentiment. That's a sentiment I believe shared by a lot of Americans who want some answers. Now, I don't know all of the answers to this, and I know at some point we're going to get to talking about this, but like, for instance, that two-year-old child, what do you do there? And I'm not saying you want to do anything incompassionate, Judge, that I do or that Brian or Jesse, and certainly not DP, but I don't know what the answers are to allow. There have to be answers. The deportation is one part of it, but what do we do here at the border with these kids? I know President Trump has thought long and hard about it. I hope his team tones down the rhetoric a little bit and gets to dealing with I'm part of that 71% that wants to see those who should not be in this country, who are breaking crimes. I want them returned to their home countries. That's what I want the conversation to mature to. How do we begin to develop these smart and decisive answers to this compelling and awful problem?
And Tom Homan knows the job, knows what needs to be done, he knows the law, and he's basically going to hit the ground running.
Here's what you do, Harold. You take a migrant kid and you make all of them just kids. If you dismantle the cartels, these migrant kids don't crush the border. And instead, they tried to make the cartels rich. I don't know what their game plan was. And then they're even profiting off of these migrant kids. This is Michelle Obama's former policy director, Vignaraha, I can't pronounce her last name, I'm sorry. But she had this small little ditty not-for-profit, only a couple mil. All of a sudden, this border broke wide open, and Joe Biden just gave her $180 million. She tripled her operating income, and she doubled her salary. Now she's making $500,000 a year. To do what? To do what? To just be a daycare for migrant kids while the traffickers come in and seize these little poor kids? It's disgusting. Now, this Denver guy is ridiculous. He's probably jealous of the mugshot from Trump because everybody wants one now. But the difference is Trump, they tried to put him in jail because he was protecting the American people. This guy wants to go to jail to protect foreigners. That's not how this works. Donald Trump is going to treat Denver like a Wimbledon. He's going to protect Denver whether they like it or not, Dana. And you know Denver better than anybody. They have seen an explosion in homicide, carjacking over the last decade. The budget's been crazy because of all of these migrants that Joe deposited there. And now the migrants have a list of demands that they've issued to the Denver mayor. Migrants will cook their own food with fresh, culturally appropriate ingredients provided by the city instead of pre-made meals. They want showers with unlimited time. They also, if they're kicked out, they need 3 warnings, a verbal, written, and final warning. So they're just using this guy, and they're walking all over him, and he's a joke. And he's going to find out pretty soon who the people side with.
The other thing is there are blue city mayors and blue governors who were begging the Biden administration for help and saying that this is a federal issue. But now they're saying, no, it's a state's issue, and we want to keep our sanctuary status.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable, except for Mayor Adams is kind of straddling the lines just a little bit. But he's afraid of angering Hochul because Hochul could tell him, hit the road because of your indictment.
To see that 2-year-old child, because I got a 5-year-old daughter, and just to think about the fact that, maybe her parent allowed it to happen, it is just sad. It is absolutely sad to see that a little girl like that would be by herself in another country, and she's just feeling lost. And now she's probably going to be paired with some adult somewhere that she never knows, or she doesn't know. She has a sheet of paper on with her saying something that it's like, how is that even possible? I know it's hard in so many countries, and you want the best for your child. However, like abandoning your child in that part of the border by herself at that age is uncalled for.
But we had Robert Holden on, a Democrat, and he represents 9 people who are problem solvers in New York, 3 of which are Democrats. And he says it's time to end sanctuary cities. This guy from Denver, per capita, there's more illegals in Denver than even New York. Denver's destroyed, and they're bleeding into Aurora just on illegal immigrants. This could be an opportunity for him to say, hey, I'm not looking to toss out the landscapers, the dreamers. I'm looking to toss out the criminals. So I need to cooperate with ICE in the meantime because everybody wants criminals away. The other thing I thought of this morning is, like, why are we just seeing this 2-year-old today? We hear about 300,000 kids missing, 32,000 that ICE is looking for, 80,000 of which didn't show up. Why are we just seeing this one today? So Bill Malugin just told me it's because DPS picked him up. Texas is much more lenient. If you get picked up by Border Patrol, it's a black hole. You don't know what happens. Why is it that Ted Cruz had to go in with a secret iPhone? And same with Rodriguez or Gonzalez when he was on the border with, he represents that district. Why don't we just see him? We blur out the faces. If there are 300 kids in a small tent or a shed, we need to see those people. We need to find out what's going on. And if the question is, what do we do with those kids, Harold? I say this, treat them great. What we're going to do is get them ready on a plane and we send them right back to El Salvador. That's what's got to happen. By the way, El Salvador, you shouldn't be leaving. They've cracked down on those criminals. They've cleaned up that country. You got to really sing a different song if you tell me that you need asylum from El Salvador. It's not Venezuela, it's not Bolivia, it's not Nicaragua, it's not Cuba.
Right, I happen to agree with you. I'm only saying these are the answers. These are the kinds of things we need to be putting on the table now because we have a new president who won, I believe, largely, if not exclusively, on this issue.
What I love about this is it's always crackdown, crackdown, crackdown. It's tough. But here's the passion and compassion. There's compassion for people. We care about you. We don't want anything bad to happen to you, but we can't exist the way this is happening right now. And Tom Homan should have that image when he talks about being tough. I care about that kid, and this is unsafe because if that kid can stay, we're going to get thousands of others just like him too.
And imagine
we already have.
And imagine too if you were still at the bench and you were presented with that little girl, and then there's the parents, like. The parents put her in danger.
Exactly.
So, like, I know she wants her mom and dad. I get it. But do the parents bear some responsibility for giving her to the cartels in the first place?
That is the essence of child endangering, child neglect, child abuse, child abandonment.
You would never stand for that.
No, I wouldn't.
Right.
But what did they tell those parents? Did they tell those parents life is going to be so much better? This is a very dependable guy. He's going to bring you
the cartels
and the coyotes. Do they somehow convince these parents that this is going to be okay? I can't picture a scenario where I buy into that.
Neither can I.
That is just not acceptable. Wherever her parents are or has been, they need to be found, and then they need to take care of their kid. Because how would you, this is a 2-year-old child, for God's sakes. Why would you leave your child? I don't want to say abandon your child because it is abandonment. It's like, why would you abandon your child there at the border just because you want a better life for your daughter? And I don't know the situation her parents are in or they were living in. However, like you have to stay with your child. There's no way you should leave your child there and just leave. That's just sad, bro. That's absolutely sad. And the parent needs to be held accountable. They need to go find her parents and whichever way, track down her parents and then give the child back to her parents. Because that's just sad. The border is going bunkers, guys. The border is going bunkers.
Okay, let's bring in Texas DPS spokesperson Lieutenant Chris Olivares, who will be with Trump's incoming border czar and Governor Greg Abbott tomorrow in Eagle Pass. Lieutenant Olivares, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I want to ask you about what Bill Malugin was just reporting about the 200 migrants that showed up at the border, 60 of them young, unaccompanied minors. Just last week, Brian, we were talking about a caravan of migrants that were lining up in Mexico trying to come in. As we're waiting to see this transition take effect, I'm curious, can you tell us what it's like on the ground? Are the coyotes and the smugglers getting more aggressive at this moment, trying to get people across the border in Texas?
Well, Lydia, Brian, good evening. Great to be with you. So, just first off, by seeing that video, it's a very powerful video, seeing that 2-year-old little girl, just talking about, where she's from, how old she is and where she was going or who she's trying to locate, which is her mother. That's the type of situations that we see every single day on the border, especially when we talk about unaccompanied children. Sunday morning was the highest number of unaccompanied children we have ever experienced as far as a state police agency. 60 unaccompanied children and minors that came across all at once. And this has become, a continuing situation on the border when we talk about children. Now, of course, the cartels and criminal smuggling networks in Mexico, they're going to become more desperate. They're going to want to, change and adapt to what the policies are going to be in 2025 and so on. So they're going to adapt. They're going to try to get more people across that border by any means whatsoever, because that is their profit. That's how they make majority of their money. In the last 2.5 years, criminal networks in Mexico, have turned human smuggling and trafficking into a multi-billion-dollar network. So they are going to adapt to what we do, and that's why we always have to be one step ahead.
Right.
And it's reassuring to knowing that we have strong leadership now moving forward. And as Governor Abbott mentioned, now we have an ally as opposed to having an adversary with the federal government that's going to help us support what we've been doing on the border for the last 4 years now.
Yeah, I mean, we said you have a new sheriff in town. Tom Homan is definitely a new sheriff. So instead of the federal government being sort of an adversary, they're going to be a partner with you. Talk about how that makes you more effective. How does it change what you do to better secure the border?
Well, it's going to be very effective. We've been doing this, at the state level for the last 4 years. It's a multi-billion-dollar Operation Lone Star when Governor Abbott first launched this back in March of 2021. Deploying thousands of National Guard soldiers, state police, as well as out-of-state resources that we've had help with, but also, building and constructing border wall, putting barriers in the river with the water buoys, physical barriers along the river, and every step of the way, we've been challenged, we've been criticized, and we've been, as far as legal battles from our own federal government trying to stop us from securing the state. But now that we have an ally with the federal government and also with Tom Homan, being the border czar, we can reassure now that we're going to have support as far as what we're doing moving forward, and also continue to work with our federal partners as we try to secure the border as much as possible.
Lieutenant, we are hearing a lot of talk from local leaders, mayors of cities that are sanctuary cities or have designated themselves as such. The mayor of Denver is being very public, saying he's not going to go along with Trump's immigration policies. And we're hearing from Senator Rand Paul. He's from Kentucky. He's got a message for mayors like the mayor of Denver. Listen to what he had to say.
I don't know whether or not there'd be a criminal prosecution for someone resisting federal law, but he will lose. And people need to realize that what he is offering is a form of insurrection where the states resist the federal government. Most people objected to that and rejected that long ago. So I think the mayor of Denver is on the wrong side of history and really, I think, will face legal ramifications if he doesn't obey the federal law.
How hard does it make your job on the ground if you have mayors of cities across the country still designating themselves as sanctuary cities and offering safe harbor to illegal migrants?
Well, it makes it very difficult. And that's why, some of these sanctuary cities and states, if they are saying that they're not going to cooperate with the federal government moving forward and trying to locate criminals, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about criminals. Illegal immigrants that are in the country right now that have orders of removal to be deported because they already had due process. They need to be removed, and those that have committed crimes. I don't see how that can be an argument with anybody, regardless of political views. The fact of the matter is, majority of these elected officials, especially in these sanctuary cities and states, they should take the interests of their people in their state, over as far as illegal immigrants that have committed crimes. They want to ensure the safety and security of the state or the cities. They should cooperate with the federal government moving forward. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to locate those bad actors we've been talking about, the gotaways, those that have committed crimes, that we don't see tragedies that have taken place throughout the country, like Laken Riley and so many others. That's what we're talking about. So I don't see how anybody can be opposed to wanting to work with the government and trying to locate, these bad actors, these criminals.
Border needs to be secured. There should be no question. You should not be seeing a 2-year-old child by the border saying she has a name on a sheet of paper that she's going to meet. That is not the kind of border the United States of America should even have in the first place. Like, I saw a comment in here by Jane Dares. Shout out to Jane Dares and shout out to everybody in the chat. Jane Dares says that is an absolute disgrace. It is an absolute disgrace. What in the world is going on? This is the greatest country in the whole world. We are the leader of the free world. Yet that is happening by the border. Who did? Somebody, as a matter of fact, we need to sack everybody in charge and put new people. Because there should be no way to your old child is by the border. Yeah, man. This right here, the government really needs to be more efficient. Okay. Can Trump make the government more efficient? Can Trump really make this whole thing more efficient?
Now is the aforementioned Mark Simone, WOR radio show host, Rich Lowry, editor-in-chief at National Review, and Tammy Bruce, Fox News contributor and author of, and we got the book, there it is, Fear Itself is the name of Tammy's book. Tammy, 18 days to put together a team like this, that is no small feat. But what's extraordinary is you still have a backbench. You got people like Rick Grinnell, Kash Patel, possibly FBI. Rick might be a roving peace ambassador in Ukraine and elsewhere in the Middle East and so forth. Ben Carson, Bob Lighthizer. I mean, you still have a backbench. They haven't used up all their picks.
Yeah, I'm looking for Byron Donalds, a fantastic guy. I mean,
absolutely.
There's all kinds of people and things that can still happen. And yet, he has had 4 years to recognize who's had his back, who's good on the issues. The America First Institute, which is where Brooke Rollins, she led that. Pam Bondi was on that board. So it's like there's been a little bit of a shadow government. I think he knew exactly what he wanted and where he wanted people because he wasn't going to repeat the 2016 mistake of believing that everyone had the same idea of coming together and helping the country. So he knows what these people are good at. They maybe have not been in the direct Washington milieu, but on the perimeter, but doing great work, great education, great histories. And it's very exciting.
Well, picking up on that, Mark, I mean, the fact is, the first term, he did rely on a lot of Washington insiders. And look what he got. I mean, he got a attorney general pick that led him into the whole Russiagate mess. He got an FBI director. He inherited one that was a mess. And then he got one that wasn't much better. These are all rabble-rousers. And the thing that he wants to do is to really shake up the establishment in a way that it hasn't. Even Ronald Reagan in 1980 and 84 couldn't shake up the establishment the way he wants to. Will he succeed?
He'll succeed in starting dismantling this swamp, this deep state. But they've spent 60 years building this thing. It's got infrastructure to it. It's deep. Hopefully, you can start busting it up and create a successor, J.D. Vance, somebody who can continue it. I think every single pick gets confirmed. They give you these sinister.
Even Pete.
Yeah,
sure.
There's this incident with it was thoroughly investigated, no charges. What was Tulsi Gabbard doing with Assad? Well, when you have hearings, she gets to explain it at length, and the explanation will clear it up. I think everybody gets confirmed.
And you start, Rich, with Elon and Vivek, showing them how, showing them the way. We're going to get into the actual specifics of how that's going to work out. But the idea is it's a pretty interesting game plan. You have the Doge group to actually point out what needs to be cut. Then you have the rabble-rousers, the guys and gals who are really interested in shaking things up to actually carry it out. Again, I ask the same question. Will he succeed? I mean, it is a big task.
Yeah, reducing and making government more efficient is not easy, or someone would have done it before. But yeah, it's literally one of the most creative minds on the planet in charge of Doge, or co-chairing it, and Elon Musk. And clearly there's been an emphasis getting fast out of the gate. So a couple of these picks I don't like, but there's no doubt this is how he campaigned, right? And he campaigned with this big coalition.
Who don't you like and why?
Let me know in the chat. Do you think Trump is going to succeed in this next 4 years from 2025 to 2028? Do you think Trump is going to succeed? Because everything's looking like it's crumbling down. However, do you think this man has the grit to continue? I believe he has the grit. I believe he can do what he said he is going to do, which is secure the border, bring back the economy, make sure heat reigns around the world. I believe he's going to do it. It's not going to be easy, definitely, with the left all over him, trying to sabotage him. However, I believe he's going to be able to do something wonderful with 4 years. Especially now, he's had an experience from 2016 to 2020. He's had that experience. Now, this is his second term. believe he's going to do something great. No matter what's going to, like, the future looks bright regardless of what's going on, in my opinion.
Well, I'm not a fan of Tulsi's foreign policy. The labor pick is not my economics.
What is
but,
it about Tulsi's foreign policy you don't like?
Well, she is, I think, bends over backwards to be accommodating to enemies of the United States. But look,
like, are you talking Putin?
Yeah,
Because
I don't think the Ukraine war was.
I saw the same thing. Let me just debate for a second here. I saw an independent piece suggesting that she was following the MAGA pro-Putin line on Syria when she went to Syria. Well, in fact, first of all, she went to Syria in 2015, which was before Trump became president. But ask those Russian mercenaries who were blown to bits, about 300 of them, whether they thought MAGA policy was helpful to Russia.
My larger point is she campaigned for Trump. She was part of the coalition. So this cabinet totally reflects how he ran. And in 2016, there were protests in the streets. There was a Russian investigation going.
Right.
Now it actually, I'm been surprised about this. The left seems primarily dispirited, right, rather than energized to fight them. So there won't be that level of resistance out of the gate, which is going to be a big help too.
Let's stick with the Pentagon for a second here, because they, of all the various petrified bureaucracies, they are perhaps the most petrified in many ways. They've been at it for so long, from the Eisenhower days when he coined the phrase the industrial military complex. How difficult is it going to be for Trump to separate the Pentagon from their supporters in Congress who rely on those Pentagon contracts in their own district?
Well, this is the issue perhaps with every agency, is that everybody's got their pet dynamic.
That's right.
But the Pentagon in particular, especially with the money that gets lost, when you've got a mandate to fix this dynamic, or hundreds of millions of dollars that they just don't know where it goes, or, it's a remarkable thing that Americans have looked at and have been shocked at, that we've allowed this to continue. This is exactly what the mandate is to change that. And I think the goal of the Trump administration is to remind congressional members of that fact.
Yeah.
And we see a lot of things happening now because of the mandate, like the Jack Smith situation, et cetera, and the withdrawal of those charges and his projects against Trump. And this has to be continued. And he's got to be on a bullet train. He's got maybe 2 years withholding all of Congress. And you've got these choices to head these agencies are inspired. And I will add Dr. Jeanette Ashawat for Surgeon General. Now, people see her, she's had a remarkable background. She's also under some weird attack because she was like pro-vaccine in the beginning. All of us were. My goodness, we've all learned a great deal since COVID.
She was on the front line during the pandemic. She was an emergency room physician during the pandemic. She went to Ukraine, faced the incoming with all the problems there. She really walked the walk. But let me just go to Mark for a second.
These are inorganic attacks.
The one thing that these picks have in common is they don't rely on beltway jobs. There's so many of the picks in the first administration did. These people have a life outside of government. That's a big bonus.
Yeah, that's the problem with the health picks. Again, she was on the front lines, not working for a pharmaceutical company.
Right.
Pete Hegseth, literally on the front lines, not working for military contractors. RFK Jr., the question is his resume. Look at the current health secretary. He has no experience in health. He's an attorney. None. Zero.
And by the way, it's not just at the top. You have Marty McCary running the FDA. Marty McCary's written a book about the FDA and the mistakes that it's made. You have Dr. Oz, CMS. They're the people that monitor the waste and fraud at Medicare and elsewhere. David Weldon at CDC. I mean, this is a really well thought out plan here.
Yeah, it's ideologically diverse, which just goes to an aspect of Trump's campaign the media totally missed, which, they tend to portray Trump as an extremist, because he will say things in insulting terms, but he won the center, right? He won among moderates, gained ground among moderates over what he did in 2020, and had former Democrats and these ideologically interesting people like Elon Musk, who used to be a centrist but has been pushed right by the left's zaniness. So it's a different kind of cabinet we've ever seen from our Republicans.
I just want to go back to Mark because we were talking about it a little bit in the green room. The media breakdown. How do they recover from this if they do?
It'll take years. And for all of you at Thanksgiving, don't rub it in. They're in trauma. They're in depression.
You're such a gracious guy.
Go easy on them. Now, they're starting to realize that these networks were lying to them. There was no 2025 project with Trump. There was none of there was no abortion ban. They were just lied to by these people.
Did they ever get over it?
Yeah, I think when entities are sold, and like MSNBC and other things.
Elon's going to buy that?
Anything's possible. I'm excited. Each day there's going to be something new.
Okay, gang. Thank you very much. Thanks. Great to have you here.
Welcome back. We are now.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We got trolls in the comment today. You know what time it is. I like trolls. I like it because, it's like you think you can get to someone. You can't get to me, bro. That's why I always say if you don't pay bills, if you do not pay bills, do not watch the live show. Because a grown man who pays bills, who doesn't depend on mommy to pay his bills, none of this children in the comment matter to you. When you have kids of your own, and it's like, go sit down.
It took him just 18 days, and President-elect Trump is already done filling out his cabinet. And so far, although does he name SBA? I don't think so. The American people are liking what they are seeing. 59% approve of Trump's handling of the presidential transition. A majority excited or optimistic about what he'll do as president. With numbers like that, it's no surprise the so-called resistance, air quotes, is losing steam. Axios notes this. While President-elect Trump's 2016 win sparked shock, outrage, and massive protest, the response to the 2024 victory has been more muted. Still, not everyone's ready to throw in the towel. Some D.C. residents are urging other Airbnb owners to not rent their homes to pro-Trump travelers for the inauguration in January, saying that we do not welcome hate, misogyny, or intentions to take over D.C. However, only a few owners have actually signed up for this thus far. Judge, let's start with you. I mean, these numbers, it's not unusual for a typical president-elect to get a bump. I remember Obama was over 60% a short time after his election. He's up to 58%, 59% on the people that he named already. Your thoughts about America revisiting the Trump 2 team?
It's interesting. I mean, there is so much excitement right now in this country by so many people I run into. I mean, there's a friend of mine in California. He's a doctor, and we don't talk about politics that much. I mean, he's sending me all the.
One thing we got to keep in mind is these same people were the same people that said that Kamala was better for the United States. These same people were the same ones that said Joe Biden was strong enough, even after they watched the second debate. And I'm supposed to be mad at you guys? Nah, I'm just sorry for you guys, bro.
These gifts of the Giphies with dancing and everything else. People are very happy. Everybody's happy. And the fact that 59% are supporting the president's choices is really an indication that people are ready for the change that Donald Trump promised. They are ready to move out the illegals. They are ready for an economy that works. They are ready for law and order. And he's got people like Pam Bondi. I love Pam Bondi for Attorney General. As the president said, she is smart. She is loyal. She's tough, and she's in America first. Most of these people are in there based on merit. These aren't political favors. These are not DEI. There's none of that stuff. These are people who have been chosen based on merit and based on qualifications. And I guess, the real campaign of joy is really not Kamala's, but Donald Trump's in the end. Joy and unity.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I would say a couple other things. I like when they're introduced or their name is dropped. It's not first Hawaiian, first woman chief of staff. You make the assessment afterwards and say, wait, Susan Wiles, is there a chief of, is she the first? Oh, yeah, she is the first woman. Yeah. Because it makes you think of the qualifications, not the gender. Harold, not to put a damper on what the judge said, but they say in terms of people who are happy with the American people, 31% are happy, 24% are satisfied, 23% are dissatisfied. They say 4% of Democrats are excited, 54% of Republicans are excited. Where do you stand in that, and how do you reflect that? Take in those numbers, take a moment, we'll sit in silence, and then think about it.
We had an election. I accept the results in elections. As it relates to this cabinet, part of why I think people are generally excited and have some optimism. This is a unique cabinet that President Trump has assembled so far. You think about it, you have a labor secretary designee in a Republican Party who supported legislation in Congress last year to give people a right to unionize. She was endorsed by unions. You have a HHS secretary, Health and Human Services secretary, who's a Kennedy. And then you have Marco Rubio, and who had an outing back in 2016, some exchange of words. This is a different kind of cabinet. I think the American people are going to be watching these hearings and will give him the benefit of the doubt. But the second set of numbers, before you asked me about the 54.4%, those are the numbers that really signal to me that this election was a normal election in many ways, and that people made a calculation about who could make their lives better, who could make their lives safer, and who could make them feel more secure with their kids and their communities and their lives. And you know what? Donald Trump won that. Democrats need to understand that. And over the next 2 months, as we go through the confirmation process, we'll learn things about nominees. We'll learn things we like, learn things we don't like, learn things we support and that we don't support. But I think President Trump is getting the benefit of the doubt of the American people, as he should.
2 nominees got really high marks. RFK, number 1. It's just one poll. And number 2 is Rubio. Jesse, are you surprised by that?
No, I'm not. People like these picks, and they like that they're coming out fast because he kept the momentum after the election, so it's exciting. It has our attention. And they're big names, and they're ideologically diverse. They're from outside of Washington. Sorry, but when Joe Biden nominated Blinken, there was no excitement at all. These names pop. And I also like the fact that Trump's laying low working at Mar-a-Lago behind the scenes. And he's not on TV the whole time. The country needed a little bit of a break after seeing all these images of him and Biden and Kamala and all these advertisements. It's smart because it shows he's decisive and he's taking it seriously. And I also appreciate the fact that there is not bipartisan support from some of these nominees. Democrats have controlled Washington for 12 of the last 16 years, and we've had fundamental problems in this country. And they've been rubber stamped by the bipartisanship in the Senate. So if there's a little question, good. I'm glad they're questioning it. It's like a landscaper, Brian. You know, your lawn has been spotty and patchy, and it's brown, and you've been using the same landscaper for 10 years. Time for a new hire. Let's get Tulsi, let's get Pete, let's get RFK in there. Cut some lawns.
So my landscaper, when my lawn came up bad, I asked my landscaper, what's the problem? He blamed the water. And so I dug a well. So it's up to him now. This is going to be my first year with a well water. More on this later. Dana, the other thing, it's a true story. The other thing is Musk and Vivek. Right? Musk and Vivek are hiring people. They're hiring very accomplished people that have dealt in the past with government.
And in fact, we're going to talk about that in the next block, which will be great. You just love a deep tease, don't you?
Right, I do.
But I would just say this. I think one of the frustrating things of the last 4 years has been a lack of desire by the people in charge they didn't seem to want to solve any problems. They didn't want to solve inflation. They didn't want to solve immigration. They didn't want to take on the crime issue. They just didn't want to do anything. And now you have this group, they want to do everything, and they want to do it all at once, and they are ready to go to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I feel like it's not. I noticed we didn't bring up Republican. It's really not Republican or Democrat. What Trump won, and this is his team, and it's so blended. I saw Michael Beschloss, a huge critic of Trump. He's an historian. You probably know him. Of course. I've interviewed him before, and he said it's a very. We have usually see things like this in Europe. It's such a diverse culture.
He's the one who told Biden that he could be FDR, and that's how we ended up with inflation.
I think it was Meacham. That was Meacham.
I think it was a whole.
I think everybody told him that.
But in fairness, Jesse, I'm excited about every president. I think Blinken and Austin.
You were not excited about Blinken. Stop. Pulling my leg.
You can't tell Harold how he feels. That's how he feels.
Gino Raimondo. Yeah, that'll get you going.
I'm more in the water well.
I don't think the American.
One thing I got to say is Trump will have the next 4 years to do a lot of good. And if he can weather the storm, which he has been weathering for a long time, I think he's going to have a good 4 years. I think there's no conversation about that. I feel like he has the grit. He is stubborn. He is passionate about the United States. He loves the United States. And I know for a fact that the more they attack him, the better he operates. And that's just something that I really believe in. They plan to fight Trump every step of the way. Why? I just don't know. How can you have someone who wants to secure the border, wants to bring the economy back, wants to make peace reign worldwide, and you don't want that man to be efficient. Why?
Public cares who does the background checks. What the American public cares about is to see the mandate that they voted in delivered upon. The FBI, I think the American public's got great concerns about how weaponized it's become.
Joining me now, Molly Hemingway, editor-in-chief at The Federalist, and Mary Catherine Ham. Both are Fox News contributors. Molly, what is this really all about?
Well, there are two different issues here. One is that you do want to vet people who are going to be in the administration. The president-elect has an interest in making sure that these people are good. The Senate has an advise and consent role from the U.S. Constitution. But the idea that the FBI gets to exert veto power over the president's nominees after the last 8 years of what they've done. You might remember the FBI, James Comey ran the Russia collusion hoax. They sent agents over to entrap the national security advisor. They leaked like sieves with any information they had. It's a completely corrupted department. There are still good people there, but overall it's a very corrupt agency. And the Department of Justice, of course, like you just talked about throughout the top part of the show, was engaged in trying to imprison and bankrupt Donald Trump. The idea that these are people who could in any way vet whether a candidate is good or not and that they would be trusted to do that, it's laughable.
Yeah, Mary Catherine, I mean, you got Daniel Goldman from New York, who's always known as just the font of objectivity and unbiased analysis. He was speaking out about the Senate's role here. Watch.
With some of his cabinet picks, Donald Trump is well on his way to dismantling our government and the way that it operates. And we and Congress, the Republicans especially in the Senate, need to be a check and balance to ensure that our government continues to function for the people.
Mary Catherine, they literally tried to take him off the ballot using the 14th Amendment, and he's going to dismantle corruption, maybe.
Yeah, sure, Dan, we'll take that under advisement. The idea that by getting elected by the popular vote and the Electoral College and then naming people to his cabinet, he's dismantling the government, seems insane to me. And I would like to echo Molly with the idea that the FBI should be trusted by a Trump transition team. I cannot express how wild that is without using cuss words. I'm having trouble because these people were engaged in the most egregious behavior, lying to the FISA court to literally spy on members of his campaign. And then they're going to come down to Mar-a-Lago and be like, we got this. Let us vet everyone for you. I just think there are other ways to do that. The Senate has a job to advise and consent, not under Dan Goldman's direction, but under the Constitution's. And there can be other entities that do vetting. And I just do not think under any circumstances that Trump should be like, sure, come on down, guys.
Well, Molly, you also have the issue with some establishment Republicans tonight. They need to, flap their wings. And you had Kevin Cramer, Senator Cramer, going to a conference in Halifax. And I think this was originally reported by Politico. And he goes and he says, well, the Republicans are going to agree with most of what Trump does. But basically reassuring our allies that things are not going to fly off the hinges. And it was just, I don't know. I got a really bad feeling from it. It was Mike Rounds, excuse me. It was not Kevin Cramer. I don't know why I keep mixing up both of those individuals. It was Mike Rounds who did it, but another semi-establishment figure.
Right. Well, the American people just had their say, and they said it pretty decisively, that they do not think that the way that the establishment in D.C., the permanent bureaucracy in D.C. has been running things, has been going well for the country. And so the Senate, whether they're Republican or Democrat, would be wise to heed those overwhelming election results, which also, by the way, resulted in the Republicans getting a majority on those coattails of Donald Trump's decisive victory. People aren't looking for more of the same. They are looking for fresh voices. I know these establishment figures think that just more of the same is what's going to be good for the next 4 years. But the American people think that we have major problems in a lot of these agencies, and they're looking for Trump to fulfill his campaign promises. He'll need a cabinet to do that. And so the Senate, again, they have every right to decide for themselves, whether these people are fitting or not, but they should be more responsive to the will of the American people too.
Kevin Cramer, Mike Rounds, we love you, but let's get it all together before Inauguration Day. Let's just take a breath and try to enjoy the holiday season and see what comes of it. Mary Catherine.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up, guys. Yes, y'all. This is just on another level, guys. This is so sad to see that all of these people still want to sabotage the 47th. When he was the 45th, they impeached him twice. Now he is the 47th president elect. They still want to do the same thing they did in 2016. The American people are tired and they want to have a better life, a better economy, affordable groceries, affordable gas prices, affordable bills, safer borders, zero wars around the world. That's what we care about. Who cares about all of this stuff? Man.
Breaking news this hour as President-elect Trump has just announced that starting on day one of his administration, he'll charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tax for all products coming into the United States, all in caps there. That could raise costs for Americans on everything coming across either border. We're talking about cars, electronics, oil, wood, food, avocados, maple syrup. Trump says it's to force the U.S.'s closest neighbors to take action on illegal immigration and crime and drugs. But he's not stopping there. After that, just a few moments later, he also posted this on Truth Social, saying the United States will charge an additional 10% tariff on all of China's many products coming into the U.S. Of course, those many products include everything: smartphones, computers, washing machines, toys, video game consoles. My team of political and economic sources join me now. And Rana, just on the Mexico and Canada aspect, 51% of all fresh fruit, 69% of vegetables, according to the USDA, come from Mexico.
Yeah.
These are voters who just put Trump in office because they trusted him more on the economy. How should they be reading a promise like that from Trump tonight?
Oh, man. Well, I was always astounded, I have to say, that he ran on, I'm going to lower inflation, when if you look at the policies, tariffs included, it's all about raising inflation, right? And it's also raising the dollar, which is going to have a larger impact in the market. I want to just say, though, I think this is an opening gambit. I don't want to say that, all right, this is going to be the way it's going to be from day one. Trump says a lot of things.
You think he's bluffing?
I think that what's happening fundamentally now that's different under this president is that the U.S. market will be used as a chit on a gambling table that is the global economy. I mean, that is the way you have to look at it. We are not in trade as usual. We are not in the economy that we've known, frankly, for the last 40 years or so. It's going to be totally different.
I mean, Alyssa, you worked for Trump as his communications director in the White House. I mean, there are moments where Trump says he's going to do something and backs down. He did it his last time in office. He definitely put tariffs on, but there were certain ones where advisors could talk him out of that. What does that look like in round two?
Well, Donald Trump has basically two core policy beliefs. He believes the border should be secure, and he believes in tariffs, even when his economic advisors have at times recommended strongly against them in the previous administration. This is something he ran on and was vocal about, and I'm not surprised that this is one of the first things that he's announcing, despite warnings from fellow Republicans who have said this is actually just going to increase the cost of goods on everything. A lot of folks are calling it an Amazon tax. Anything that you're buying that is, coming from China, you're going to pay a lot more for. There will be advisors around him. I'll be curious to see how his incoming Treasury Secretary wants to react to this. Steve Mnuchin in the first administration was somebody who often pushed back on some of the efforts to put in place bigger tariffs. But you have people like Peter Navarro, who is in his ear saying this is the way to hold Mexico, China, and other places accountable.
And he's expected to get a top job, Peter Navarro. But speaking of his Treasury Secretary pick, Scott Bessent, who we were just talking about here on Friday, he did a CNBC interview right after the election and was talking about tariffs. And this is what he said about the effectiveness of how they're implemented.
I would recommend that tariffs be layered in gradually, which would the price adjustment would be over a period of time.
And Essie, when you hear that, I want to get both your thoughts on this, but when you hear that, congressional Republicans or business Republicans who, like Trump, have said for a long time, it's a threat. He's threatening this to stop fentanyl coming across the border, to stop illegal immigration. The question is, what does it look like in January if he actually does have to put these on?
Bad. Remember there was a thing a long time ago. It was called a fiscal conservative. Do you remember what that was? I do. It was good times. There's a few in the Midwest. That was a few were still around. But for us, that meant lowering the debt and the deficit. That meant anti-inflationary economic policy. And foundational to that was anti-protectionism, and that means opposing tariffs. And that's for a century. That's not new. That was bedrock to the right. And that's why you're still seeing some Republicans and some conservatives like the Club for Growth and National Review write column after column begging Trump to abandon this and even to stop talking like this, because even the threat triggers a trade war. No one wins a trade war. That's just, we know that. And to your point, I talked to voters for 6 months. The main thing they wanted was for Trump to lower the cost of goods. The exact opposite is the first thing he's going to do when he gets into office if he follows through with this.
And Caitlin, you got to know, this is a dynamic process. People aren't just going to sit back and say, oh, wow, you raised our tariffs, we're going to sit here and let it happen. They will then respond in some way. And so these are 3 of our largest trading partners that are out there. So we just think about our exports. I just wrote it down. We export $427 billion to Canada. We export another $362 billion of goods to Mexico and another $200 billion.
Thank you for tuning in to the live stream one more time. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. All right, let's get the likes up. This is all you have to do to get the likes up. Double tap your screen twice to get the likes up. We have to get the likes up, guys. We have like 800 people watching the live stream. Double tap your screen twice to get the likes up. Okay, Ryan Hernandez. Shout out to Ryan Hernandez. Thank you for the super chat. God bless you. You said, would you open up the borders to Southern America? Hernandez, I do not know. I mean, open up the borders to Southern America. Bro, just apply to come to the United States like a regular person. If you could come in to see the United States, enjoy the United States for like a week or 2. If you like it and you want to stay, then you could go back home and then figure out how you want to do it. But you can't. I don't know if the southern border is going to be open. I don't know if that works for you, bro. I don't know. Anyway, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man. Let's get it.
$1 billion of goods to China. One of the things we export to China? Soybeans. And you know where soybeans are grown? Iowa, Indiana, Ohio, all states that voted for Donald Trump. So he's supposed to be representing these voters, and he may in fact be putting them in a position where they're going to have a harder time selling their products, and it's going to cost us money.
What about oil? The U.S. imports $4.3 million barrels of oil a day from Canada. What does that look like when there's a 25% tariff on that for people who rely on that?
Well, not good. And, food and fuel hits the lower 25% of the sort of socioeconomic ladder hardest. So the working people, many of them that voted for Trump, are going to get hit. But I want to say 2 things. I think, again, we have to think about this as a bargain, as a game that Trump is playing. And not to justify
and voters
tariffs.
trust Trump on this. That's
they do.
part. The numbers overwhelmingly showed that.
100%. And I think that they are aware that we are in a new world where, yes, there used to be, when everybody was coming together in the kind of Anglo-American style capitalism, that was one thing to have, a trickle down, low deficit and debt. Now you're competing against China. You're competing against countries that have fundamentally different economic systems. And, not a huge fan of tariffs, but I do think that they are one tool in the toolbox that can be deployed in strategic ways. You saw Biden do it too. So this is not just
and how he's
a Republican,
messaging it matters. So he's kind of framing this as we're doing it because we're having fentanyl come over the border. We're having.
That's the thing the Dems cannot wrap their head around. They cannot wrap their head around the fact that the voters actually agree with their commander-in-chief because they voted him in. The popular votes, electoral college, everybody agrees with this man's tariff and everything he's trying to do. We know he has the capabilities to handle tough situations. I ain't gonna be trusting no Dems.
Illegal flow of people in the country. And those are real issues that voters said that they cared about. And I think this is also getting ahead of if he does go forward with this mass deportations that he's talking about. If we're not talking about Obama numbers of like 2 million people, and you're talking 10 million people, that impacts the agriculture sector, that impacts the hospitality sector. There's major economic impacts. And I think this gives him some cover when people start realizing the downside of also his immigration policies.
Yeah, or when the tariffs are put in place and guacamole is,
really, I don't.
I think we've seen this before, but we want to watch it again, man. Let's watch it again because these people are just they are the funniest in the world. They are the funniest. This man has been saying Made in America, promotes Made in America, promotes bring back jobs to the United States, yet they don't like it.
don't really understand why he keeps going back to this well of more and more and more tariffs.
Let me explain why. Let's take China. Let's take an example that every American understands, TikTok. Everybody knows TikTok. American people made a decision in Congress to ban it on midnight, Jan 19th. The supreme leader of China said, no, we're going to use your court systems to litigate the American people so that doesn't happen. I can't do that in China. The supreme leader would never let me do that. I can't protect my IP there. Chinese have been screwing my 45 businesses for 35 years. I like the idea of going to war with China with tariffs to change behavior.
But it didn't change behavior. All it did was hurt American companies.
Weak leadership that doesn't know how to implement.
This is the same leadership. It was
No,
Trump who
it
launched
started
the
with
trade
Biden,
war with.
then it was Clinton saying, let's democratize China, let's show them democracy, and they'll play fair and they'll play fair.
But to Catherine's point,
it's
she's
time
saying,
to raise tariffs to China to 400%.
Hang on a second. Trump already raised tariffs on China.
Not enough.
There have been many studies showing that U.S. companies and consumers are the ones who bore the cost.
Academic study. I'm doing real business in China. I'm actually doing business there.
Yeah.
I'm actually working
American
there. There's no academics in my company.
Where do you think they buy their inputs from?
Let me explain something to you.
From China.
The Chinese
It
steal
hurts
my
American.
IP. They make the same product with the molds that I pay for there. They ship them into this country under a different brand. I don't like it anymore, and I've been trying to solve this for 30 years.
If you tariff everything from China at
There's no
60%,
academic in my world. I'm
you're going to be
doing business
paying
in
more
America.
for the stuff you buy. You're going to be.
This is what I like, okay? When adults are having a conversation and children try to step into the lion's den. You do not have businesses in China. I have business in China, and I'm telling you, yet you want to tell me, well, girl, now you better sit down.
Paying more for the stuff you buy. They knew even in the 1600s that you should
I'm
not tariff
buying it.
inputs.
Kevin,
let's just take a yoga mat.
Every American.
Put a 400% tariff on a yoga mat. We'll make it in Vietnam or make it in India or make it in America. We won't buy anything from China. And the
It will
Supreme
still
Leader
be
will
more
come,
expensive.
He'll come to
It
New York.
will be more expensive.
No.
Absolutely, it would
We
be.
won't buy it from there.
Wait,
What do you mean we
but
won't buy
also,
it from there?
Hold on one second, because I get the
Why
back
are you
and
raising
forth,
the price?
But Kevin, you're having a different. This is always what happens when we talk about Trump and the economy. People come
Nothing
on
to do
here.
with Trump.
Hang on.
I'm talking about
No.
China.
Just hang on. People come on the show. And then they defend a different economic policy than the one that Trump is advocating. He says in the clip, what am I going to do, negotiate with China or Mexico? He doesn't want to negotiate. He says, you're not going to get anything from them. Okay, that's what he says. He does not want to negotiate. Also, the question I asked you is, where is the rest of the plan? Where is the rest of the economic plan?
Well, why don't you just look at his track record for the last, the term that he had? No inflation, fantastic wage growth. I mean, look, he actually sat in the seat at the White
forget
House.
2020.
You may not like what he did.
President
you may not like
Trump
him,
was president in 2020.
but I don't.
I am sorry, ladies. Ladies in the chat, I am sorry. This ladies sound straight up like Kamala. Straight up like Kamala Harris. All of this ladies right here. I mean, listen to her. Just listen to her right here.
Trump.
Hang on. No.
China.
Just hang on. People come on the show and then they defend a different economic policy than the one that Trump is advocating. He says in the clip, what am I going to do, negotiate with China or Mexico? He doesn't want to negotiate. He says, you're not going to get anything from them. Okay, that's what he says. He does not want to negotiate. Also, the question I asked you is, where is the rest of the plan? Where is the rest of the economic plan?
Well, why don't you just look at his track record for the last, term that he had? No inflation, fantastic wage growth. I mean, look, he actually sat in the seat at the White
forget
House.
2020.
You may not like what he did.
President
you may not like
Trump
him,
was president in 2020.
but I don't remember 9% inflation when he was.
I remember 18% unemployment. I mean, I remember.
What happened when that was going on? Just out
A
of curiosity.
pandemic that he bungled.
Are you saying he created the virus?
No, but he absolutely made it worse.
How?
by lying about the risk, by telling people not to get tested. Don't get tested.
You're saying he should have personally cured the virus as the president.
No, I'm saying he should have given his tests to Americans rather than to
She
Putin.
did not say that. I mean, but Scott, okay.
I'm sorry. This idea that somehow because Trump was the president, that the virus has political proclivities and decided to prolong itself has been crazy to me since it's been floated.
You don't think leadership mattered at all
Leadership of the
during
virus?
that?
No, I don't actually.
You don't?
I don't believe the virus
You don't
listens
think it
to
matters?
politicians.
You
No,
don't think
I
it
never
matters
have.
that Trump withheld various kinds?
Oh my God! Look, man, this right here is the problem the United States has. This right here is the problem the United States has. Just listen to her talk. This is like everything sounds great, but remember this tiny little detail that you're forgetting when in your current administration everything has gone to SHIT. What?
Kinds of testing kits and PPE from states that were asking for it, and then he told them to go buy it themselves, and then
You think that was the masks? Is that what you think?
and then he outbid them for it, so they couldn't buy it.
Worried about
And then
the
he sent it
virus
to
in this
Putin.
election? I was talking about virus.
I do want to get back to the economic
I mean, you are implicitly
question here
by
because,
pretending it didn't
Scott,
happen.
Republicans keep saying that this election is about the economy. Now, I guess it's maybe also about immigration, but it is about the economy when you ask voters. And again, like, I'm wondering, what else is Trump planning on doing, and can he articulate it?
Well, to me, I think it's a great question, and it needs to be fleshed out. I think we should probably play the clip, though, of Harris from the Chicago Economic Club do we not have it? Because she didn't show up to talk. So here's what I think. He's going to extend the tax cuts. He's going to rein in the federal government and the overburdensome regulatory state, which he can now do because of the Supreme Court. And he's going to take on these countries that screw American workers. That's the plan. And by the way, he's going to crack down on immigration to the benefit of American workers.
He's going to deport 20 million people, the people who pick your crops, the people who process your meat, the people who, care for your grandmother, the people who serve all sorts of critical functions in this country. Yeah, he's going to deport a lot of people, and that's going to worsen the economy. In fact, there have been, like a dozen different independent economic analyses from Goldman Sachs, AEI, Brookings, Nomura, Peterson Institute. All of them
I know your argument. If you want to run on more illegal immigration as a Democrat, go ahead. I just don't think it's going to work in the election.
He wants to deport 20 million. I'm not done with his. I know what his economic policy is because he has talked about it. He does.
So what she's trying to say is he's going to deport these people, but are they illegals though? That's the question. Are these people illegals? And you're going to have to start picking the crops by yourself. You're going to have to start cutting the meat by yourself.
Doesn't understand how any of it would work, but he has talked about it. He wants 10% global tariffs, which would worsen inflation. He wants to deport 20 million people, which would worsen inflation and reduce growth. He wants to politicize the Federal Reserve, which would worsen inflation. He wants to devalue the dollar, which would worsen inflation.
And after all that,
all of these things.
The American population wants that economy back. What do you say to that?
I say that we should be talking about what the policies are.
They're just too dumb to understand.
It's all about messaging.
No, it's because we don't talk about it.
Because a lot of people don't understand, Kevin, what tariffs are. They see it as this great punishment to China that we're going to do. He says he's going to raise it up. He said today 2,000% tariffs on China. But here's the thing. It punishes the American importer. The Chinese are paid. Once you pay for those molds, the Chinese have put that money in their pocket, and then you are charged for the tariffs when you're bringing your molds in. So, and then, hold on, and just one other point that he said.
Moving back to
America.
But one other point.
They did not. They did not.
Another point is he says that that's going to incentivize people to come back. That's pie in the sky. If I give 2,000% tariffs on China, it's going to force all these people to come back. No, I'm for American jobs.
Do you know what?
That's why I support Kamala Harris, and I supported President Biden.
Do you know what jobs
Biden
Americans
because
work in?
they brought manufacturing back when President Trump didn't. The tariffs that he's talking about is not going to incentivize anybody else to go, oh my goodness, I'm not going to want to pay those tariffs, so I'm going to build this plant here in America.
I actually agree with
it's
you
not
on tariffs
because
with their European allies, but not with China, because unfortunately I live in the real world and not all of you are doing business. China, like I am, they cheat, they steal, They don't play by the
Well,
level
I don't
playing
think
field.
that
But yet you're doing
going
business
to
there.
invest in a
But
business
yet you're
that
doing
makes
business there.
nails? Are you going to invest in a business that makes all of the low value inputs that we buy
I'm a
from
lowly
China?
businessman
No,
investing.
because they don't have any value add.
Do you agree with the Biden tariffs on China?
No.
So
I've been very critical
So
of
since
those.
Harris is running on that, how do you view the difference between their postures?
I think her tariffs, which are in fact a continuation of Biden tariffs, are dumb ideas. I think that we have lots of evidence showing that Americans pay those.
Oh my goodness, this is straight up huge TDS. TDS at its finest. And this is just not okay to have a hero, a man who has been taken through the grinder like Donald J. Trump, the 45th, now the 47th president elect. And basically, people like this talk about him, a man who has done great things for the United States, right to try for the veterans, opportunity zones, Abrams Accord. You know what I mean? Like, rebukes the military, defeated ISIS. Like, so many great things this man has done. You know, the First Step Act, that's prison reform. You know, the lowest mortgage in history. It's like, safest border, no wars, no new wars during his term. And now these people are literally talking about that man with that record. That is just absurd. That is straight up TDS. That's not acceptable at all. That is not acceptable at all. It's like when it's like you have been in the arena and the people clapping are talking about you. Well, he's not doing this. I am in the arena. What are you doing?
Special counsel Jack Smith has dropped both of his criminal prosecutions of Trump ahead of his return to the White House. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez has been following this story for us. So, Evan, the judge in the federal election subversion case just granted Smith's request for that dismissal. The classified documents case also going away. Tell us about these new moves.
Yeah, Alex, look, all of this turns on the verdict, essentially, that was given by the voters on November 5th. They elected Donald Trump. He is president-elect, and as a result, the Justice Department says that the prohibition against prosecuting a sitting president also applies in this case to Donald Trump. This is something we've never ever faced, according to the special counsel, and obviously that's why they had to go and get a reading from the Office of Legal Counsel at Justice Department, which rendered that ruling. I'll read you just a part of what Jack Smith said in his court filing. He says the department's position is that the Constitution requires that this case be dismissed before the defendant is inaugurated. This outcome is not based on the merits or strength of the case against the defendant. This also is similar language that the special counsel, Alex, filed in the 11th Circuit case. Now, that has to do with the dismissal of those charges in the classified documents case. In this case, however, Smith is saying only dismiss the charges against Trump, but keep the case going against the two co-defendants, his two employees who are accused of helping him obstruct the investigation. What's key about these two court filings, Alex, is the special counsel is asking for the dismissal without prejudice, which raises the possibility that this only applies while Donald Trump is in office. And in granting the request, Judge Tanya Chutkan reiterates that language. She says that the immunity afforded to a sitting president is temporary, expiring when they leave office. So now, obviously, that raises the question, right? After Donald Trump is no longer president in just over 4 years, does that mean that these two cases could be revived? That is possible, I suppose. But the other possibility remains that once Trump becomes president, he could order his Justice Department to go back to the courts and dismiss these cases with prejudice, which means that they would be done and dead forever. One last thing, we expect that Special Counsel Jack Smith is going to go ahead and produce a report. He's required to do that. And if it comes before January 20th, Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, has promised to release that report. Alex?
And could reveal a lot more in that report. Evan Perez with the breaking news. Thanks very much. Our panel is here with reaction to this breaking story. Ellie Honig, I want to start with you. Trump has now officially evaded any accountability before taking office for the January 6th attack, as well as his apparent and alleged mishandling of the classified documents down at Mar-a-Lago. Break down for us the significance of what has just happened today.
Well, Alex, the bottom line is it's over. Both of these cases are over. Yes, Evan's correct. Technically, they were filed without prejudice, which means theoretically they can be revived in 2029. That's not going to happen. Let's be realistic. Some prosecutor is not going to come in 4 and change years from now and revive these cases. For all intents and purposes, it's over. And it's really important to understand why Jack Smith is making these moves. He's not making them because Donald Trump has promised to fire him. He's making these moves because he has to. Under long-standing Justice Department policy that goes back to 1973, Jack Smith says, I asked DOJ to review that policy, and they confirmed to me that I cannot carry on with the prosecution of Donald Trump once he gets sworn in on January 20th. So this is really a result of DOJ's institutional policy and institutional interests.
As Evan just noted, Judge Chutkan wrote, quote, dismissal without prejudice is also consistent with the government's understanding that the immunity afforded to a sitting president is temporary, expiring when they leave office. Michael Moore, is it unlikely this case is prosecuted, as Ellie was just saying? Is it unlikely this gets picked up again after Trump leaves office?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be with you all. I do think it's unlikely. I agree with Ellie completely on this. I don't think you're going to find a prosecutor who wants to come in and sort of clean up the mess. I expected that you would see the special counsel ask that the case be dismissed without prejudice. That sort of leaves a little bit of an axe hanging over the head of the administration. But it's not going to be uncommon for him now to send his own handpicked DOJ successors in to ask that the court change that. I don't know if Judge Chutkan will change it or not. But it's really a distinction without a difference. The likelihood that somebody comes in 4 or 5 years later, it just doesn't strike me as something that's very realistic. And of course, you still got the question out there whether or not Trump could come in and just issue some kind of pardon. That's still got to be litigated, I guess, if we go that way. But this will be a burr in his saddle, would be my guess, that he will not like the idea that this thing is still hanging out there. So it wouldn't surprise me to see if they try to clean it up within the first few months of his administration.
And Lulu Garcia-Navarro, bigger picture, do you think that today showed that Donald Trump is above the law?
Yeah, this was an unprecedented attempt to bring a former president to justice. You know, those who thought that Donald Trump should be prosecuted for his actions on January 6th and his keeping of top secret documents argued, that no one is above the law. Trump and his supporters, on the other hand, saw this as political persecution, as, quote, lawfare. And leaving aside the merits of the cases, Alex, Trump won. Trump was trying to run out the clock on these legal cases, and he bet that he would win re-election. And the voters who wanted him back in power knew that these cases were pending, and they either didn't care or they agreed with him that this was politically motivated. And either way, neither Congress, nor our legal system, nor our voters have constrained or punished Donald Trump for January 6th. So that's it. And certainly I think there's going to be a lesson in that.
Yeah, a fair bit of frustration that Merrick Garland and DOJ didn't move fast enough. Ellie Honig, you predicted last January, in a book that you wrote that Trump's cases wouldn't make it to trial because of Attorney General Merrick Garland's delay in appointing a special counsel, Jack Smith. You wrote, quote, when considering Garland's glacial pace, a line from the 1993 chess prodigy movie Searching for Bobby Fischer comes to mind. You've lost, you just don't know it yet. So, Ellie, explain why you foresaw this all along and what you think could have been done differently.
Well, Alex, Jack Smith was named special counsel in November of 2022. And so that gave him exactly 2 years to get this case all done before the 2024 election. Anyone who's ever practiced criminal law in federal court, as Michael and I have, knows there is no physical way that you can take a big complex case like this, get it thoroughly investigated, go through all the grand jury, get it indicted, go through over 10 million pages of discovery, deal with the immunity issue, which obviously was lingering out there, would have to go up to the Supreme Court and did, and get the case tried and get a verdict in a 2-year stretch. That is just not possible. So there's been this debate ongoing, or was, I guess, about whether Merrick Garland took too long. I think that debate is over, and we now have our answer.
And Lulu, Democratic leadership has largely been silent about what happened today. Where do you think the Democratic resistance is against Donald Trump? Is there any kind of accountability that you're seeing growing against him?
No, in fact, quite the opposite. I think what you're seeing and what I've heard from Democratic leaders is that they are going to stay pretty quiet at the moment. I mean, they just had a pretty bruising election, and there seems to be no appetite among the voters themselves for any kind of resistance, unlike what we saw in 2016. But let's, again, put this into context. I mean, at this point, what leverage do Democrats have? They have lost all three branches of government. They tried to impeach him twice in his first term and were unsuccessful. And so the criminal prosecution didn't work. So there really isn't a lot left that they can do to Donald Trump, except maybe beat him at the ballot box in 2 years and then 4 years from now.
So, Michael, these are the two federal cases. There's, of course, the Georgia election subversion case. What happens to that one?
Well, that case is not controlled by Jack Smith or DOJ policy. There's nothing out there that says that the case has to be dismissed. But the likelihood to me would be that you certainly will not see Trump going to trial anytime during his administration. There was a hearing scheduled by the Georgia Court of Appeals on this whole issue of whether or not the district attorney should be recused. There's been some rumblings about motions to dismiss and things. That hearing was surprisingly, to many people, taken off the calendar by the judges. There was no real explanation. The court just entered a simple order saying that they were going to remove it. That could be for a number of reasons. It could be, number one, they think they've got enough evidence in the record or enough arguments in the record to make a decision about what to do. But it could also be because they think, look, we're just going to wait and decide the whole motion to dismiss issue and just wrap all this up at one time instead of having multiple arguments. You could see that. There are separate sovereigns in the country. For the people that understand the federal and the state system, the state can act against a former president without his ability to pardon it. The reality is, though, that our courts have said that a president shouldn't be bothered with having to answer state court cases during his or her tenure. And so I just think that case is probably dead, too. It won't apply to all the other defendants. This is not a team sport. They can still be called to the field to have to answer the charges that.
They have tried every single thing to get this man to just give up. Yet he keeps fighting for the American people. Yet he keeps trying to make the economy better, safeguard the border, bring back jobs to the United States, create peace around the world. This man was voted in by popular vote. When was the last time a Republican actually got the popular votes? He won all swing states. He's been given a mandate to do his job, yet there's nothing these people want to do rather than talk BS about the legendary, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect. I don't know, man. I do not just understand why people are like this.
Let's bring in Kellyanne Conway, former senior counselor to President Trump, now president of KA Consulting and host of the Here's the Deal with Kellyanne on Fox Nation. Kellyanne, great to have you on the show. I wanted to play a little bit of sound because I thought it was kind of interesting. This is former President Bill Clinton on MSNBC talking about the president's cabinet.
Can you believe who Donald Trump is picking to be in a second Trump administration?
Yeah. Well, you have to listen to Donald Trump. He's been very forthright about how he views the world. He's interested in people who are loyal to him 100% of the time, no matter what the issue, no matter what the facts, no matter who gets hurt. He wants people who just say yes.
I guess if you want to accomplish things, you really do want some people who are loyal to you, though, Kellyanne.
Sure, but they're mistaking this, and I'm sure they're still not over Trump derangement syndrome stage 5, for which there's no cure, therapeutic, or vaccine, and not even a decisive, sweeping, authoritative victory that created this geographic, demographic breadth for Donald Trump unseen will cure that. He wants loyalty to the America First agenda, excuse me, but he's filling the cabinet with people who he's worked with before, who understand him, who he understands, and also, Trace, let's be fair, he's putting people in there who ran against him for president. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., folks who didn't always support him have called him names. He's looking past all of that because he wants a lean team of America First warriors who who are going to, you know what the mandate was? Get things done quickly. Everybody in this country knows what the problems are. They know we've got 5, 6 people doing the same darn job and, quote, working from home here in Washington. We're paying for that nonsense. And so he's hiring people who are going to get the agenda through. I didn't hear Bill Clinton and Jonathan Capehart and the rest of the people at MSNBC saying Alejandro Mayorkas is lying to the country as the DHS secretary. The border is not, quote, closed. The border is not secure, as he said in 2021. Look, the polls speak for themselves. Donald Trump is plus 18% right now for his transition, as opposed to plus 1 8 years ago when people were still past it, couldn't get over the shock of his election. Now they know he's going to get in there and make a huge difference and do it swiftly.
Yeah, Mayorkas, by the way, went before Congress several times and said the very same thing, that the border is not open. I want to play some sound from not MSNBC, but The View, because it's instructive on how not to make these thought processes. And then I'll get your thoughts on this.
Yo, Michael, bro.
I'm
TDS,
not going to waste a lot of time on what he might do.
But at the
I'm gonna wait.
I'm not gonna wait and see. I mean, this guy is told us he's a retribution. He's going to be a dictator.
Doing like
There's nothing to be done until you know what you're fighting. It's pissing in the wind doesn't help.
I spent weeks telling people that he was apocalyptic. I'm not going to change now because it's still the same man.
Not treating every single thing like
I think that's when we lose credibility.
You would think there would be some analysis somewhere, but it's nothing but meltdown. Meltdown day after day after day, Kellyanne.
It's one gear, one volume, one piece of content, and it's tiresome. And the country just rejected it. It was The View where Kamala Harris was completely unable, Trace, to answer the simplest of all questions. What would be different? Name one thing that would be different about you and Joe Biden. She couldn't do it. She said she couldn't think of anything. And the opposite is true of President Trump. People, I can tell you what he's going to do. Energy independence, get us out of these foreign wars, seal up the border. 10 million people have come here illegally, and folks have watched them get debit cards and cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They're saying that's not fair. He's going to make everyday life more affordable. There are things that a president can do. It takes a 4-letter word called will. And I like the fact that he is also picking who he wants in his cabinet. And on top of that, there are people who know how to communicate a message. That broadcasts to me that President Trump wants his men and women in his cabinet to go forth and explain to the American people bit by bit what's happening, so that he's not just the only messenger. They're explaining, here's what's going on at transportation, at energy, at agriculture, et cetera. I think it's great, and we should all give grace and latitude to the newly elected president. Great things could happen.
Trump is a legend, no matter what anybody says. We've experienced this man from 2016 to 2020. We saw the economy, we saw the gas prices, we saw the grocery prices, we saw the inflation. We had the lowest mortgage rates. God, we saw the border. We didn't even talk about the border because there was nothing to talk about from 2016 to 2020. The border was great. We didn't even talk about Ukraine and Russia or, what's their name? Israel and Iranian people and Palestinian people. Those were not conversations we were talking about. Everybody was busy stacking up money in their savings account. I remember looking at houses. I was taking my family out to go check houses in 2019, early 2020. That's what we were doing. We were checking houses. All of a sudden, 2021 rolls in. Great Bidenomics comes in, and this is what we get.
News for Democrats looking for a fresh outsider face in 28. Kamala won't be cackling into the night. The Veep is keeping her political options open, telling advisors that she's staying in the fight. And what fight is that, you ask? Well, she may take another swing at the presidency in 28. Maybe she'll go on Joe Rogan this time, or maybe she could make a run for California governor, which could be good news for its current occupant, the Sultan of Slick, Gavin Newsom. Is already elbowing his way into the 2028 spotlight by touring red counties in California and pretending to play nice with Trump voters.
It's not about voters. I care about people. I don't care who you voted for. I care about people. I care about Trump supporters. I care about RFK Jr. supporters. I care about all people. I care about the people living here in the Sierra, folks down in San Diego where I just was, or in my backyard in Fair Oaks, California. I care about people, and I care about protecting them, their public safety, and their public health. And I care about being honest with them as well.
I think the message is, Dana, that he cares about people.
Did you get that?
I think so.
Let's read back the tape and see if he said he cares about people. However, I will say, I think he's a much more compelling character and politician than Kamala Harris ever was. And add up all of the good moments that she had, and it wasn't as good as that one moment that he just had. I do think that it shows, however, that one of the most effective things that the Trump campaign did is say, Kamala wants to make America like California. So I'm not exactly sure if he can divorce himself from the policy consequences of what California is. We're talking climate. We're talking just the whole thing about minimum wage and how all the fast food workers now basically force all of these companies to close. I think that this morning when I read that this is in Mark Halperin's newsletter, he said that there are Democrats telling him that there's going to be a clamoring and a hunger for people to hear from Kamala Harris. I'm like, really? Because I pay a lot of attention to this, and I have not heard anybody saying they are desperate to hear from her. And what I believe it shows is what we said in the A block, which is a nice tie-in, as we try to do on this show, which is that the bench is empty, it is a shallow pool, and it's very unimaginative. So what did Trump do? Trump changed the imagination. He changed the story, there's no reason the Democrats couldn't do the same. I just don't know if they can do it with somebody who already has won the policy consequences or the final loss. My last point on this is, imagine if you're one of these people who kept giving $25, $50, $150 to Kamala Harris, who raised $1 billion and spent it all and blew it in 107 days. You think you want to hear from her? I would like a refund, ma'am.
Judge Shaneen, I don't see hunger for Harris nationally. Is there hunger for Harris maybe in California?
I don't think there's hunger for the woman anywhere. I honestly, and by the way, I can't imagine she knows what her next move is, because all of her moves have been decided by other people. You know, you'd be good as this, and, I'll make you vice president, and we'll let you run for president. I mean, she never had a role in any of it. You know, she just gets moved up, if you call it up. The woman can't make a decision, or if she makes a decision, it's the wrong one. We don't know who she is. We don't know what she stands for. She is a nightmare. And for anyone to think she's got a future, I mean, I can't imagine. This woman, if she thinks 2028 belongs to her and to run for president, the woman is really more clueless than I thought. But, I just think the Democrats, all in all, they have to start from scratch, okay? Gavin Newsom can say he's a guy for everybody because California moved to the right and he's not stupid. Okay, but at the same time, the Democrats are the ones who brought us open borders. They were focused on men playing in women's sports, transgender rights, cashless.
This is what I think. Kamala Harris is never going to be the governor of California 100%. Kamala Harris is not going to run for presidency again because she's not going to win. Gavin Newsom is going to be the one to run for the Democratic Party in 2020. Well, she might go for the primaries, but she's never going to win it. Gavin Newsom is going to win it. And he's going to try to run against who? J.D. Vance, who Vivek, who Ron DeSantis, who Tulsi Gabbard. Who is Newsom going to run with? Who is he going to run against, rather? He's going to run against RFK. There is no way that Gavin Newsom is going to win someone like RFK or Vivek or Ron DeSantis or J.D. Vance. Man, I forgot about J.D. Vance, bro. There's no way.
Bail, making it impossible for us to afford to buy food, making it tough for our kids in school, making it tough for us economically because we're paying for people who, don't belong here, or haven't been born here, but just feel like they want to live off the fat of the land, and in the end, the only thing this woman stands for is chaos, crime, and climate change. So forget about her. I think it's all over for her.
I love that phrase, living off the fat of the land. Just so delicious.
So bonanza.
Yeah.
So like Haas should say.
I love that.
Brian, that clash between Kamala and Newsom, who do you think would have the upper hand if they both ran in 28 for the presidency?
Well, I think that she's probably going to run for governor. I don't see another bigger name except Steve Hilton. I want Steve Hilton to get in on the Republican side. And I think
That's a great idea.
Right, and I think that he should think about it. Lee Zeldin showed everybody what you could do in a blue state. He got within 4 or 5 points. Trump picked up more time again. Did you also notice that what's happening in the whole country?
Shout out to Frankie. Frankie D says Tulsi Gabbard would be an awesome president. I really want Tulsi Gabbard to run for presidency. However, I would say she should go for vice president first before going for the ultimate price, because I don't want her to be like the first person on the ticket for the Republican Party. I believe she's going to be the first woman president. I 100% believe Tulsi Gabbard will be the first woman president. But I want her to step in slowly, let the people accept her, because some people still don't know her, and some people are like in denial of her greatness. So let her go into as a vice president, like maybe JD Vance slash Tulsi Gabbard, and let her word spread across the nation. Let her documentary, the things she's done being a veteran, both of them are veterans, let her, like, her documentary spread around the nation. I don't want her to go first and then, she loses and is like, oh, she might lose hope. So let her go as the vice president. As a vice president, she's going to be a great person. Then she can usher her way into being the president of the United States.
Is sick of being trapped in blue states. In the central part of California, when I was living out there, we just did a thing dividing California. Used to be north and south. Now the middle. The middle's all rural. They want out.
Yeah.
Illinois, in the middle, they want out. In Oregon, they want to be part of Idaho. Upstate New York, if you travel up there, they want out. And in Long Island, they feel trapped because of the city. They want out.
And because of the traffic.
Right. And because of the traffic. They'll deal with the traffic if they can get the people to represent them. So I just think there's something going on here. And the clue is Fetterman. If success leaves clues, it's Fetterman. And although he can't run for president, he wears a hoodie and he's not really, I don't think he's presidential material. I think that Shapiro should say, enough waiting on the sideline, waiting my turn. Start speaking out and taking the lead if that's something you want to do. I would love to see a Democrat go center left and run against somebody center right. And then in the middle, when you lose an election, it's not like you lost the whole country. The left feels like they lost the whole country because they run on the extremes. Joe Manchin was in the middle and they told him to go get another job. They wanted.
Shout out to everybody who's tuning in right now. Frankie D, I see you. Gina Wakefield, I see you. Derek, shout out to Derek, my boy. God bless you for tuning in. Mr. Busky, Average Joe, yes, sir. That's my boys right there. BTK, Well Trinity, God bless you, man. Double tap your screen twice to give this video a like. Let's get the likes up to 100 likes. Lisa Partridge, man. Maria, God bless you, Maria Gordiola. Shout out to you, Maria. Yes, man. Let's get the likes up. 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 All you have to do is double tap your screen twice. Double tap your screen twice to get the likes up. Yes, man. Look, everybody has their reservations about the 47th. I just think the 45th president and the 47th president-elect, the legendary, the 45th and the 47th, I think is one of the best president the United States has ever had. And he has changed the political arena in the United States forever. He's never going back, especially in the Republican Party and the way the people vote. Now, no politicians can just come out and say anything they like. You have to say the things that you believe in. You have to be authentic. You can't be reading off a script, because Trump has made it all visible. Like, you are not authentic. We're not going to vote for you because we don't know what you stand for. And this is why Kamala lost. You're not going to tell the American people how to think. You're not going to tell the American people that they're illiterate. Because if you talk up to Democrats will say, well, the Republicans that voted for Trump are uneducated people. It's like, what are you talking about? Elon Musk is the wealthiest man on earth. Some people say he's one of the smartest people to ever walk the earth. Yet, you're telling me that this man is only attracting uneducated people. Vivek is a billionaire who is into pharmaceutical business. Like, so many made men are voting for this guy. They love his policies, and yet this Democratic people still want to say he's attracting uneducated people. How does that even work? This is why they lost, and this is why they may keep losing the elect. This is why the Democrat will keep losing, because they keep denying the fact that people can think for themselves. You can't buy your way into the people's heart. You think Beyonce, Usher, Megan Thee Stallion, Samuel L. Jackson, Lizzo, the whole Taylor Swift, the Swifties, you think that is going to help you win an election? I know after this election with Kamala Harris, those celebrities are not going to be coming out for 2028. rallies and campaigns events anymore because now they know that's not going to work. You are going to have to bring your A game. You're going to have to tell the American people what you offer. You think you're going to bring Beyonce? Who cares about Beyonce? Bro, she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know how much the gas price is. She doesn't know what the mortgage rate is. She is rich, secluded from the American people. You think she knows what a gallon of milk costs? Man, you better get your fact right.
Nothing to do with them. And I would just like to bring up one more thing. You did 3 C's to describe what you didn't like about the Democrats. Did you write that down or did that come out of your head?
That comes out of my head.
That is incredible.
It's
That
like
is fantastic.
liars, leakers, and liberals.
Right.
It's like,
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And by the way, Al Gore should have said I'm running again. John Kerry should have said I'm running again. She should not say I'm running again. They were a lot closer.
Yeah. What do you say?
So I think a couple of things, and I agree largely with what's been said. Donald Trump, I've read stuff from members of my party and listened to them on networks, including our own, suggesting that just a few different things in this race would have been different. We shouldn't think that this was some kind of mandate for President Trump. Message alert, you're wrong. The party, we have to stand back and recognize a couple of things. First, Donald Trump made gains with every Democratic constituency, almost everyone, blacks, Hispanics, Asian Americans, young voters. In fact, he made more gains with them than he did with white voters who don't have a college degree. Now, that's a realignment. Donald Trump did something amazing in 2024, just a few weeks ago. He killed, as in a political way, both the traditional Democratic Party and the traditional Republican Party. The good thing for the Republican Party is they got to figure out if they want to build around him for the next 10, 20 years. Democrats, anybody looking at running, and I'm listening to Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris and others, you should take 6 months and travel and listen and take out a notepad and try to figure out what are the traditional values that Americans want in their homes, their schools, their neighborhoods. I'll give you a hint. They want in their home for government to stay out of it. They want in their schools for their kids to be protected and little boys not to play with little girls in their bathrooms and in their sports. And they want kids to be educated. They also want probably a little school choice. In their neighborhoods, Judge, you said, well, they want public safety. They want crime addressed. You have to listen to people and understand that just because they're black doesn't mean they fit in one box. Just because they're Hispanic doesn't mean they fit in a certain box. Just because they're white and live in a certain neighborhood doesn't mean they fit in a certain box. I love Brian Kilmeade, but I differ a bit. I don't want anybody succeeding from a state. Austin should not succeed from Texas. Memphis should not succeed from Tennessee. We should figure out ways to work together, listen to one another.
This guy is a sensible guy. This guy right here that you're looking at, he is a sensible guy, but the Democrats will not listen to him because the Democrats cannot wrap their head around let the boys stay out of the women's or let the boys stay out of the girls' sports. It's impossible.
Election happens, let the winner win, and let's figure out how we make progress for the country. But Democrats, we need to be in the business in the next 6 months of listening.
I'm not saying they should leave. I'm saying
I know you
that's their
were.
frustration, but I would just say this. Gavin Newsom, to his credit, said I felt like I was in a bubble. I would be in a blue bus, and I'd get out to a bunch of Democrats, and I'd speak to a bunch of converted, and I get back on the bus, and I thought to myself, I don't know if I'm getting through to anybody. And he was right. He was in a bubble.
How do you think I feel?
You're not in a bubble. You're fully exposed, right?
Bubble boy.
You're just the opposite.
He's right.
Oh my God, bro. Man, shout out to Trinity. Shout out to Trinity, man. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up, guys. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up. If you haven't liked the live stream, make sure you double tap your screen twice. 1, 2. And you would have given the stream a like, okay? Whew. Too funny.
All right, let's bring in former Arkansas governor and Trump's nominee for U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Good to see you, sir. I just want to go in on Kelly's report because I'm really interested to hear what you think about Trump's nominee for labor secretary. How do you read it?
Well, I think everybody's got to understand Donald Trump is not an ideologue. He's a pragmatist. He's looking for ways to solve problems. He doesn't fit the traditional political mold that you can predict and say, okay, he's a Republican, therefore these 10 things are always going to be exactly true about him. Or he's a Democrat. He's going to always do these 10 things. What Donald Trump looks for is what's going to work. What's going to make America a better place? I find it refreshing. I love the fact that he is keeping people on their heels, making them guess. Most importantly, he's looking to ask this most important question. Does this make America better? Does it help people at the bottom of the wage scale get better wages, better jobs, do better for their family? And so is he willing to sit down with union people? Yes. Is he going to capitulate to their every demand? No. But I'm glad that he's talking to them. For far too long, Republicans have just acted like that there's nothing that we can learn from people who are members of labor unions. I believe in right to work. I think that there ought to be some balance, and there ought to always have some realistic approach to how labor issues are dealt with. But I am delighted to see Donald Trump not just assuming that because Republicans have always treated labor unions a certain way, that's what he's got to do.
You know, Governor Huckabee, I think you raised such a great point about, maybe pushing the envelope a little bit, reaching out to those that maybe you thought you couldn't reach out to before. And it seems like the polling suggests that Americans are excited about this transition. As we talked about at the top of the show, recent polling says nearly 60% of Americans approve of Trump's transition, and you are a part of that. Do you think that we can see more of this kind of reaching out across the aisle even?
Well, we already have in just his cabinet picks, the people that he's put into place that don't fit the traditional mold. I think, again, it's refreshing. I like the fact that nobody can put him in a box and say, okay, we're going to know exactly what he's going to do. I look back at his first 4 years as president. He did a lot of things that were totally unconventional, but he didn't do it as a political person would do. He did it as a business person would do. Once again, does it work? And can we afford it? Those are the questions that government people never ask because they don't care. They don't have to pay for it.
Right.
And so therefore, doesn't matter what it costs. And does it work? They don't care. They get their jobs and their paychecks anyway.
Exactly. Governor, I want to ask you about Kamala Harris. She's telling her political allies that she wants to keep her options open. Maybe a 2028 run, maybe a run for governor in California. So clearly she thinks she has a lot of options. Do you think her political future has as many options?
Brian, I think if there's a run in her, it probably is a run for the border that she never controlled, even though she was the border czar. I mean, she blew through over $1 billion in 3 months and still lost an election. If people want to go back and try that again, good luck. But I mean, it just doesn't seem like that's going to be an overwhelming message. Hey, give me $1 billion. I can blow through it, but I'll take my time and blow through it a little longer next time. I'm not sure what she brings to the table, but if that's what the Democrats want to do, it's going to be a good day for Republicans.
Governor, I want to talk to you about Israel and what we are getting reports of as a potential ceasefire that is being discussed between Israel and Hezbollah that would impact Lebanon. This, of course, we want to ask you about because you are Trump's pick as ambassador to Israel. What do you make of these talks as you are looking at this transition?
Well, I had to be very careful because I'm not the ambassador, just the nominated person, and have to go through the Senate. Respect that process very much. But just speaking as an individual, I'm really encouraged by the fact that there's at least conversation. But one thing I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu has made clear, he's not going to go to a ceasefire that doesn't involve getting those hostages back. He's not going to just have a ceasefire to make somebody else in some other country happy. It's only if it gives the people of Israel a safer position, they can go back to their homes and not have to fear that rockets and missiles are going to fire into their neighborhoods and into their children's bedrooms at will. That's what has to happen. So if that's a ceasefire that could be done, wonderful. But if it's just simply capitulating to a bunch of overseas zealots who want Israel to lose, then I think the answer is a big no.
Governor, can I just ask you, you're walking into one of the most important ambassadorships around the globe. So many complex issues. Your role is so important. I just wonder, how do you prepare for that? What are you doing now to put yourself in a position to be as helpful as you want to be?
Well, Brian, I think, first of all, you listen to people all across the spectrum who have very differing views about what needs to be done. But for me, it's a preparation that's been going on for 52 years since I first went to Israel in 1973 as a teenager and have been going back. So most of my views of Israel are not formed because I've read a book or listened to a lecture. It's from being there, getting to know the people, understanding the landscape and traveling it from Dan to Beersheba so many times. that I could almost close my eyes and get from one place to the other.
Wow.
And watching Israel grow as a nation, all of those things I think have given me that sense of understanding what I'm going to be walking into.
And finally, Governor, here, we have just a few moments left, but we have to give your thoughts.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting one, I would say.
We're talking about Airbnb and what some hosts are planning for D.C. as we're getting ready for the inauguration come January. There are a handful that are saying they want to remove their listings in protest of the Trump inauguration and or increase the rate that they're going to charge and then donate that to liberal causes. What is encouraging is that it seems like there are not too many people that are taking up this call, but what do you make of that?
Most people going to the Trump inauguration probably don't want to spend their money with somebody who hates them. So it's fine. Let people make their decision. It's a marketplace, and I'm kind of open-minded about capitalism. If you don't want to go there, don't go.
Yeah, ultimately you hurt yourself.
Definitely, Huckabee is like Mike Huckabee is a great person. You can tell from the way he talks. He really loves the United States. He's passionate about the people. He's passionate about his job. He loves what he does. And this is why Trump picked him up. I mean, this is just what it is. It is what it is. Okay. I don't know if you guys know anything about Rep. Anna Paulina Luna. A very, very outspoken woman. Let's listen to her.
Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna joins me now. Congresswoman, what is Adam Schiff like? I know he's a senator now, or he's going to be a senator. What is he like when you see him in the halls?
You know, Jesse, I'm sure you remember this, but I actually was the member of Congress that censured Adam Schiff. And the first time when it wasn't successful, Adam walked out. He had all these reporters around him, and he said, you know, I've survived these MAGA extremists. And I rolled by on my very busted foot on a scooter, very pregnant, said, Adam, I'm going to get you next week. And the following week, I censured him. So he's not a man with a strong backbone. In fact, he looks at the ground whenever I walk past him.
Oh, he looks at the ground when you walk by. That explains everything about Adam Schiff. All right. So you got this cabinet. It's exciting. You're a Florida girl. This is all going down in Palm Beach. Why is this transition that Trump's orchestrating so different than the first time?
You know, I think right now there's so many more people, especially converts, that realize that the Democrat ideology and party simply wasn't working out, not just for them, but for the American people. And so you are right. He's created somewhat of a coalition government, but of people that have great ideas that people are excited to vote for, that we're seen as political outsiders. And, you know, we always joke here in Florida, but that Mar-a-Lago is the Southern White House. And so there's a lot of people looking forward to Christmas parties there. But more importantly, I think it's important to note that President Trump is bringing in a lot of people, not necessarily relying on the help of the federal government, because it is so broken, to head up his transition. So he's operating out of Florida. But as you're seeing, we are making Washington, D.C. and America, Florida. So I look forward to everything.
How do you interpret the media not really understanding how they're supposed to cover this White House and cabinet? I mean, it's incredibly ideologically diverse. It's racially diverse. There's tons of women in very high-powered positions. They can't seem to wrap their heads around it.
You know, it's everything that they claimed Trump was. He's shown that they were liars, but also, too, it's showing the American people that you can have someone that genuinely cares about this country, that could have literally stayed at home and played golf for the rest of their life, chose to do the right thing, which is fight for this country, and really bring everyone on board. And I think the media is really struggling with the fact that right now you have these different social media platforms where President Trump has been able to leverage and get the truth out there. So they're having to play ball, which is exactly why they're having to report the truth now, which is surprisingly refreshing.
It is. Also refreshing. Thanksgiving right around the corner. Have a happy Thanksgiving, Anna Paulina Luna. We love it.
Shout out to Brian Johnson and, of course, Anna Paulina Luna. Like I told you, she's well-spoken, and she's probably going to be running for Florida governor in like 4 to 8 years. Maybe. I don't know, because she's really huge over there. Yes, like also Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson's another person that I feel like what he does, nobody can do it. So he doesn't need to leave anything he's doing right now. But let's listen to Brian Johnson.
President-elect Trump, he's promised deportations for illegal immigrants on day one, and he plans to start with criminals. Florida Congressman Byron Donalds joins me now. Congressman, you say that after Trump begins these criminal deportations, many illegals will just choose to leave voluntarily. I find that hard to believe. What's your reasoning there? Why would they do that?
A couple things, Sue. By the way, it's good to be with you. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
You too, sir.
But a couple reasons. Number one, when you start seeing people being deported, that word gets around very, very fast. The criminal cartels and the coyotes, they know what Donald Trump's going to do. And so that word's going to spread. Number two, and this is going to be even more particular, you start turning off the spigots, all the aid that is given. You start turning those things away, saying, no, we're not giving out food cards, and hotel stays. I think that's what Mayor Adams already signaled after President Trump's dominant mandate-worthy election. You turn off those spigots, people start saying, you know what, it might be time for me to return back to my home country. It's not going to be everybody, but it'll be enough to be able to kind of take some of the pressure off. But under Tom Homan and Donald Trump, you're going to continue to see these deportations, starting with criminal aliens, then the people who did not appear at court, people who already have a deportation proceeding that has been adjudicated, but they're still here in the United States. I think there's more than 1 million of those individuals. And so this is a process that is going to take some time. But if you're serious about it, you could also see people saying, I'm going to leave the United States before I'm forced to leave, in which case you will be barred from the United States for 10 years.
You're on the House Financial Services Committee. What kind of changes do you think Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy with the Department of Government Efficiency, what kind of changes will they bring to the financial services industry? Any idea?
Listen, I think in the financial services industry is going to be very interesting. I think what you'll probably see is a much more focus on the real mandates of the SEC, CFTC, OCC, et cetera. But I think most of the work of the Department of Government Efficiency is going to be in some of the programs around health and human services, some of the programs around payment delivery, because we do waste a lot of money in payment delivery to people in the United States. There is a lot of fraud in these systems. I would say that's the low-hanging fruit. In terms of somewhere else, it may not really be in their purview, but definitely I see Donald Trump is going to make a major push. You were talking about Bitcoin earlier, about having a real regulatory framework in the digital asset space that would include Bitcoin, blockchain technology, cryptocurrencies, et cetera. And that is something that the United States definitely needs, because we have an opportunity for us to be the capital hub of the digital assets industry in the United States, frankly, in Miami, because everybody loves Miami. But that's where we would do it under Donald Trump's leadership. We'll be able to finally get that done in the United States.
It's great to have you back on the show because
Brian Donalds. Yes, I said Brian Johnson, my bad. Brian Donalds. Okay, so this guy, what he does, nobody can do it. Okay, he is very articulate. He knows what he's talking about. He loves the United States, and Trump really, really believes in this guy. So Brian Donalds, one of the, African American that is doing huge things in the Republican Party. And, I respect this guy. 100% respect this guy. Anyway, so back to base. HHS whistleblower reveals dark details when it comes to trafficking at the border. For some reason, my mic never pronounces the T. Like Trump. It says Trump. Man.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to One Nation. I'm Brian Kilmeade. Thanks for dating early or dating late. What a lineup we have for you tonight. Whistleblower Tara Rodas is going to be talking about an immigration problem where kids have gone missing. She tried to blow the whistle. She lost her job. Charlie Kirk did the impossible. He delivered young people on college campuses to the Trump campaign. And Hulk Hogan, one of the many athletes and entertainers who stepped forward and suddenly decided that Trump is their guy. Where do they go from here? But we begin this week with one story that overwhelmed all others, in my view, and that is immigration. In the courtroom we go. Illegal migrant Jose Ibarra, convicted of murder and the gruesome death of 22-year-old Laken Riley. It was a swift decision in a case that encapsulated, in my view, the national debate over immigration in this single one incident. You got a major component that helped President Trump get elected because of it, remember? Let's break down the timeline of this guy. The Venezuelan gangbanger, Ibarra, breached our border and lived off New York City free taxpayers, free migrant services before he hopped on a free flight to Georgia, courtesy of New York City taxpayers. He had one thing on his mind: to rape and kill an innocent young woman, and he did just that. What struck me most was the stone-cold, emotionless stare on Ibarra's face throughout the entire process. While he heard cops recount Lakin's final moments during her 18-minute struggle for her life, he sat there. Medical experts assess his grisly crime scene. He sits there blankly. And the heartbreaking witness statements, emotionless. The Venezuelan migrant just sat there, leading me to conclude this guy is soulless, like so many others. A deafening reminder of President Trump's warning on the campaign trail.
And it's only getting worse. It's just incredible. Many of them, as you know, are murderers, drug dealers, people from jails. They're letting their people out of jails and bringing them right into our country. We're like a dumping ground.
Yeah, and they said he was exaggerating. This is not the first example of smugness. Remember the Venezuelan migrant who brazenly flipped off photographers while, as you could see, walking from his arraignment after beating down 2 cops. Yeah, he got out. What about the migrant smiling this week in front of the cameras for allegedly, this is after allegedly robbing a Manhattan prosecutor and got caught performing a lewd act? You think he regrets anything? Look at the smile on his face. Or this Honduran national who is grinning from ear to ear in his latest mugshot after allegedly raping a woman in Virginia. Any regrets? These evil gangsters are criminals. They are clear examples of the Biden-Harris administration's failures. You would think after the election drubbing and all the crimes that we have seen, Dems would join in a nationwide crackdown. But instead, they are looking to resist, not to combine to get rid of these animals, but to fight Trump for trying to deport them.
Would the Massachusetts State Police assist in mass deportations?
No, absolutely not. I think that the key here is that, you know, every tool in the toolbox has got to be used to protect our citizens, to protect our residents, and protect our states.
We have been a pro-immigrant city for a number of years. We know that there is a target on our back from this president-elect, and what we are doing here is we are hardening our defenses. We are codifying our good policies on protecting immigrants.
Being undocumented is a problem. But our solution, instead of turning the military on our own people, is to document them. To document the undocumented.
You believe this idiocy? The Massachusetts governor, they want to not worry about those small things. People do certain things. And then you have AOC. Let's just make them all legal. No one wants that. Rest assured, Americans, these delusional blue staters have an opponent. Here he is.
Those people who say they're going to stop us from what they're doing, they will not. I'm going to do this job. Men and women of ICE are going to do this job. You're not going to stop us. But let me give you a word of advice. If you impede us, there's going to be consequences. You cannot help us, but also read Title 8, United States Code 1324 III. It is a felony to harbor and conceal, knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien. So read that statute and don't cross that line.
You got that, big city mayors? But perhaps the most horrific result of their horrible immigration policy, losing track of more than 320,000 migrant children. A key piece of information Democrats refuse to accept.
Today's hearing will be one final attempt by the majority to use all their same false talking points, that the Biden administration purposefully created a border crisis and lost, in quotes, lost tens of thousands of children, all of which we know is wrong by the facts. Let's just be clear, these children are not lost. While HHS conducts 3 follow-up calls to ensure that everything is going well between a sponsor and a child, the agency has no ability to force their way into the home. If no one answers these 3 calls, then HHS is no longer in contact with the child. Now, that does not mean that the child is, quote, lost.
She is delusional. Sadly, my next guest is not going to make you feel any better about the fate of these children or about her statements. When she spoke out about what she witnesses on the ground, it cost her her job eventually at the Department of Health and Human Services. She thought she was going to entertain kids at the border as they waited for their relatives to show up. In the end, it was anything but that. Joining us now, former HHS employee Tara Rodas. Tara, great to see you. What do you think about with the statement from that last lawmaker? Was she accurate?
Brian, thank you so much for having me on today. It's a real honor to be here with you. And no, sadly, the Congresswoman is incorrect. And we know, based on just the reporting of the New York Times, which, you know, I don't think anybody would agree or disagree, rather, with the facts of the New York Times, but they revealed that 85,000 children were not able to be in contact with. So I'm not sure what they're thinking about. And then recently, the Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General released a report that revealed that 320,000 children, they're not able to know their whereabouts. So this is totally unacceptable. This is an absolute failure of this administration. And they should have done something sooner, like back in 2021 when our team at the Pomona Fairplex revealed that children were being trafficked.
So, Tara, what did you see? You said, I thought I'd go down there and help these kids with puzzles until their relatives showed up. But what were you seeing?
Yeah, so Brian, you know, the government made an all call. They knew they had a crisis at the border in 2021. And me and a lot of other federal employees, we raised our hand and said, hey, send me. I will go. They needed Spanish speakers, and I'm a Spanish speaker. And I did. I thought I was going to be doing puzzles and playing games with the kids. And what we found is that the children were telling us that they did not know who they were going to, or worse, that they were actually lured here, and that they were told, hey, if you come to the United States, out of the goodness of my heart, I'm going to pay your journey, but you've got to stay with me, and you have to work off your debt until your debt is paid. And of course, the children are never able to get out of debt bondage. So they were lured by being told, you're only making $2.50 a day. But if you come here, we're going to pay you $6 an hour. These children believed they were going to be Elon Musk rich, and so did their families. And their families let them go. And that's terrible, because this is a family separation program, and it's appalling.
You told them, hey, these are not their parents, these are not their relatives, and they basically told you to hit the road. I want you to hear another story that I think is important to know. This is a trafficking expert, Alicia Hopper, and this is what the story that she wanted to relay. It's how real this terror is. Watch.
A young girl who arrived at the border in the custody of individuals claiming to be her family was bruised, disoriented, and in pain. Medical examinations revealed that she had been raped, yet she was sent back to her abusers because no verification was done to confirm her guardianship. This is not an isolated case, but a glaring failure of the system, leaving children in the hands of those who exploit them.
How do you explain the disconnect between the reality that you spoke about, she's talking about, and Democratic lawmakers who says basically there is no problem, we're calling them at their house, and if there's 3 rings and they don't pick up, we send someone after them? How do you explain that disconnect?
They've done incredible things to hide the story. As a matter of fact, still today, HHS is stonewalling the data. And we just have to ask, why is that? Why is HHS holding on to data that would lead to the rescue of children and the prosecution of traffickers who are harming the children? Why is that? It's because they know the truth is that children have been handed over to criminals, to traffickers, and to members of transnational criminal organizations, to include MS-13, 18th Street Gang, and other unsavory characters. That's what the data will reveal, and that's why they have not been able to let it out. And it's absolutely, it's horrifying to know that the federal government would withhold data, even by subpoena, that could rescue children.
The biggest embarrassment to this country, and it's a big fight for this, because this is the same administration that gave us the Afghanistan withdrawal, is HHS Secretary Becerra, because he knows what you know. And instead of listening to you and trying to act on it, he got rid of you. Also, it's important to know that we have a new administration coming in. RFK Jr. is the one who's been nominated. If he gets nominated, if he gets the confirmation, could he straighten this out?
Brian, absolutely. With Tom Homan as the border czar and Secretary Kennedy, along with Secretary Noem, I absolutely believe, and of course DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard, I absolutely 100% believe that they can fix this problem. The administration has left a mess. It's broken. This program is broken, but it absolutely can be fixed. We simply need to elevate the activity of child trafficking on the NIPIF, and we absolutely must go after traffickers and dismantle trafficking infrastructure. This can be fixed with the new administration.
And we got to find those hundreds of thousands of kids. They're going through hell right now in many cases. Tara Rodas, thanks for speaking up. I appreciate it.
Brian, thank you so much for highlighting the plight of the children.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Tulsi Gabbard will be a huge problem for the Dems, 100%, because she's competent, ready, a veteran, articulate, strong, brave. Man, you better know. She's definitely 100% ready. Okay, so is that true? What is going on with these kids? Are they just taking these kids to different people and making them what they're not supposed to be? Is that what's going on? This is sad to watch. This is absolutely sad to watch. Also, Fetterman may be converting to become a Republican. Fetterman may be converting to become a Republican really soon.
We're in the midst of talking to the senator about his new policy proposals for the incoming Senate. But for now, we're going to move on. I think we've still got Senator Fetterman with us now. I think we're going to move on to him until we get Senator Barrasso's feedback. Democrats are hoping to find new footing in the wake of crushing electoral losses earlier this month. Here's Wall Street Journal columnist Peggy Noonan on the Democrats' very real struggle right now.
They ought to be thinking about the meaning of their party right now. That party had stood, I think, on three pillars. One, it was the party of the little guy. The other is that it was the party of anti-war. The other is it was the party of very generous spending. But the Trumpian Republican Party has taken those issues, at least for now.
So let's bring in Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Sir, very excited to talk to you. Thank you for jumping in when Senator Barrasso's feed has gone down on short notice. Noonan there offers the perspective that the Trump GOP has sort of usurped some of the founding cornerstone pillars of the Democratic Party. Do you think she has a point?
Yeah, well, one area where we kind of lost ourselves was the border. And I've been on this network, months ago saying, hey, it can't be controversial for our party to be pro-immigration, but we need a secure border. And when we ask or demand people to not believe what they see and see those kind of numbers that's not a problem, it's like, well, then you lose about that 100%. I've tried to describe you have up to 300,000 people encounters per month. And I put that in perspective with Pennsylvania. I'm like, that's the size of Pittsburgh showing up in 1 month. It's like, what's going to happen for those folks? If we want them, the American dream for those people, how can we possibly deliver that? Where do they go? And we can't pretend that that's not a significant issue, and we got to address that. So another issue like that, I don't think that's about endless wars. I think there are two very just wars. I think Israel, for example, that's a very just one. And now I've never supported a ceasefire.
Y'all remember when Fetterman says Trump will win Pennsylvania? He was one of the first people to call that Trump will win Pennsylvania, and Trump won Pennsylvania. Shout out to Fetterman, man. This is a future Republican guy right here. He doesn't know yet.
And that was the right thing. I said I was going to follow Israel. And since they refused to have that ceasefire, they have eliminated and broken Hamas and Hezbollah. Hezbollah was supposed to be like the ultimate badass in the Middle East. And now they were just a bunch of Keystone cops. And Iran has been exposed as just, they really can't fight about anything. So that's been a significant development here. And now also I'd like to point out Israel had blown up their nuclear weapons lab as part of that too. So and with respect for Ukraine was invaded And for me, it's about standing on the side of democracy. And I was very supportive about that aid. And I don't understand if the other side would now stop delivering that kind of aid. That's a disagreement, but I've been very, very clear supporting Israel and Ukraine.
You have, sir. And while you're on the topic of Israel, your colleagues voted down this Bernie Sanders bill this week to stop supplying weapons to Israel. The new incoming administration is touting their foreign policy national security team as the most pro-Israel in modern history. Wondering if you agree with that.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it was a pleasure to vote a big no on all those threes with my colleague from Vermont. I don't understand why anybody would bring that to the floor, but hey, if they want to go down, 80, 18, 19, that's up to you. But in terms of the incoming administration, I actually like what I see in terms of being a very, very strong pro-Israel through that. And I fully support that through that too. And when the administration will change, my vote and voice won't change either. And that's going to follow Israel through that. And they have made a magnificent kinds of progress on the process of generating longer term peace by destroying Hamas, Hezbollah, and just demonstrating that Iran really, doesn't have the kind of capability to deliver any kinds of damage.
You indicated, Senator, this week, at least it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're open to supporting two of Trump's cabinet nominees so far, Marco Rubio for Secretary of State and Dr. Mehmet Oz for the CDC. Is there anybody else on his cabinet list that you think you might get behind? And then on the other side, is there anyone on your sort of over my dead body list?
Yeah, well, and again, of course, I'm a fan of my colleague from Florida, and I'm going to enthusiastically going to vote yes for Senator Rubio. And then, with Dr. Oz, I mean, everybody understands that we ran in the same cycle, and it got kind of ugly. And I don't have any kind of bitterness. And I just expressed I'm open to a dialogue to hear what he has to say about these things. I'm not sure why that's controversial to say, hey, I think I saw a great from Bill Maher. He just said, I'm not going to pre-hate. I'm not going to pre-hate a lot of these things. And I'm not going to pre-hate this. I'm going to have an open conversation for anyone that I'm open to having part of that conversation. And there's some people that I just couldn't be able to vote for that. And there's some that might be able to enthusiastically vote yes. And like my Senator Rubio or Stefanik, or actually there's a fantastic labor nominee as well too. In fact, a Democratic colleague from the House just texted me and saying, "Hey, I think she's really strong, and I think that's a great candidate." So I think there's good things there, and there's some things that I can't vote for. But that's what happens when the other team wins, and I don't understand why it's controversial to say, "Hey, we're going to engage in that conversation." But I also would remind my side that in the Senate we're at 53 to 47 with the new administration. So they're going to have the votes at the end of the day.
I think you're talking about Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeRemer for Labor Secretary there, a clear nod on the Trump administration's part to, pro-union sentiment. When you look ahead, Senator, more generally speaking now, at your party's future, does a clear Democratic leader or a pool of new generation leaders emerge for you? A lot of folks had thought maybe Hakeem Jeffries, but now that they lost the House, I don't know if he's still in play.
No, I mean I don't look for like a leader in my party. It's just like, hey, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing here. For me personally, in the House, in the Senate. So I just want people to understand. Before the election, I tried to describe that if Trump wins and if we don't show up, now he's going to get the House and the majority. He's going to have them in the Senate, which if that happened, and then now you have the Supreme Court is now in a position with a 6-3 strong conservative slant. So they're going to be able to, a lot of things. And now I wouldn't be surprised if Trump moves to drop the filibuster, in the Senate as well, too, because they will have 2 years. They'd have 2 years to essentially run everything through.
Senator, we Love talking to you. Thank you for coming on with us as always, and look forward to seeing you on Capitol Hill in the new year.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagna.
Thank you for tuning into the live show one more time. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. God bless you guys for tuning in. I want us to finish up with a throwback video, okay? We're gonna throw it back to somebody says your EBT rich, huh? Yo, you guys will not get me, bro. Y'all doing way too much. Okay, we're gonna throw it back to an old video of the legendary 45th, now the 47th president of the United States. Let me get that video for you guys. I just want to show you what we used to have in the White House compared to what we have now. Okay.
Booted. Bruce, what's going on?
All right, here's the video. This was the former president, the 45th, who is now the current president-elect, the 47th, Trump, giving a remark at the United States Coastal Guard Academy commencement ceremony.
Thank you and congratulations to the class of 2017. Great job. And General Kelly, I want to thank you for your leadership as the Coast Guard's Service Secretary. You've really been something very, very special to us as a country and to me and our administration. You've done, throughout your entire life, an incredible job defending your country. Thank you very much, John. Thank you. And John and all of his folks are also doing an incredible job protecting our homeland and our border. And I'm thrilled that my first address to the Service Academy is the graduation ceremony of the United States Coast Guard. Believe me, it's a great honor. I've been here before, and it's a very, very special place. Every cadet graduating today as your Commander-in-Chief, it is truly my honor to welcome you aboard. And you should take a moment to celebrate this incredible achievement. Governor Malloy, thank you for being here. Governor, thank you. We're glad you could join us, and I know how busy the governors are nowadays, and they're out there fighting. It's never easy. Budgets are a little tight, but we're doing a job. All of us are doing a job working together. I want to also thank Admiral Zukov and his leadership. His leadership has been amazing. Today's graduates will be fortunate to serve under such capable and experienced commandant. He really is fantastic. Thanks also to Admiral Rendon, the Academy Superintendent. Admiral, I understand you come from a true Coast Guard family. 2 brothers, a nephew, a cousin have all passed through these halls. That's very impressive. I guess you like the place, right? Somebody in your family has been doing something right, I can tell you that. I'm sure that they all are very proud, just as we are very proud of the fine young officers who are graduating today, Admiral, on your watch. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to all of the parents and the grandparents and family members who have supported these amazing graduates. Give your parents and everyone a hand. Come on. because America has families like yours, and we'll keep all of those families safe and very, very secure. You're keeping your family safe now. If you are not already, you're about to become military families. So starting today, I hope you feel the full gratitude of our nation. These fine young cadets are about to take their rightful place on the front line of defense for the United States of America. Cadets, you deserve not only the congratulations, but the gratitude of each and every American, and we all salute you. A proud nation. And you're a part of a very, very proud nation, which salutes the 195 cadets of the Coast Guard Academy class of 2017. Good job. And I understand from the admirals that this has been a very special class. You've been trained here to handle the toughest of situations, the hardest of moments, really, that you can experience, and the hardest in people's lives, and to help the weak in their hour of need. But even for the Coast Guard, this class has been exceptionally dedicated to public service. You served breakfast at the local food bank every single weekday. You rebuilt a home with Habitat for Humanity. Last year, you led cadets in donating a total of 24,000 hours, a lot of time, to community service. You've done amazing work, and in the true Coast Guard fashion, you had fewer people and fewer resources, but you accomplished the objectives, and you did it with skill and with pride, and I'd like to say under budget and ahead of schedule. We're doing a lot of that now in the United States government. We're doing a lot of that. I won't talk about how much I saved you on the F-35 fighter jet. I won't even talk about it. Or how much we're about to save you on the Gerald Ford, the aircraft carrier. That had a little bit of an overrun problem before I got here. You know that. Still going to have an overrun problem. We came in when it was finished. But we're going to save some good money. And when we build the new aircraft carriers, they're going to be built under budget and ahead of schedule. Just remember that. That'll allow us to build more. Now, of course, there are always a few slip-ups from time to time. You know that. For example, I understand that once or twice, first-class cadet Bruce Kim. Where's Bruce? Where's Bruce? Bruce, how do you do this to yourself, Bruce? As regimental parking officer, might have accidentally caused a few tickets to be issued or a few of your cars to be booted. Bruce, what's going on with you? But cadets, from this day forward, we want everyone to have a clean slate in life. That includes Bruce, right? And so, for any oversights or small violations that might have occurred this year, as tradition demands, I hereby absolve every cadet serving restrictions for minor offensive. Now, Bruce, stand up once again, Bruce. They saved you, Bruce, because they all wanted me to do that, okay? Thank you, Bruce. Congratulations, Bruce. Now everyone's the same. Good job. By the way, Bruce, don't worry about it. That's a tradition. I was forced to do that. You know that. Don't worry. This is truly an amazing group of cadets that are here today for commission. You could have gone to school anywhere you wanted, and with very, very few responsibilities by comparison. Instead, you chose the path of service. You chose hard work, high standards, and a very noble mission to save lives, defend the homeland, and protect America's interest around the world. You chose the Coast Guard. Good choice. Good choice. You've learned skills they don't teach at other schools right here on the grounds of this academy and also on your larger campus, the Open Sea. That is a large, large campus, isn't it? A beautiful campus. But the greatest lesson you've learned at this proud institution is the knowledge you've learned about yourself. It's the knowledge that each and every one of you is something very special. You are leaders. For the first stormy days of your swab summer to your final weeks as a first-class cadet, you have been expected to take responsibility, to make decisions, and to act. And I, like all leaders, that's exactly what you have to do. You have to act, and you have to act properly, and you have to learn how to act under great, great pressure. You're all going to be under great pressure. You have to learn how to respond and to act under great pressure. Just days from now, you will put this vital skill into the service of your ships, your sectors, and your country. You'll serve as deck watch officers on our amazing Coast Guard cutters. You'll bring law and order to the dangerous waters as boating officers. You will block illegal shipments of cash, weapons, and drugs. You will battle the scourge of human trafficking, something that people haven't been talking about, one of the big, big plagues of the world, not our country only, the world, human trafficking. Americans will place their trust in your leadership, just as they have trusted in generations of Coast Guard men and women, with respect for your skill, with awe at your courage, and with the knowledge that you will always be ready. You are always ready. Not only will our citizens trust in your leadership, your commanders will trust you as well. The Coast Guard is the gold standard in delegated decision-making, down to chain command. So just as your instructors have at the academy, your Coast Guard commanders will explain their vision, and then they will trust you to get the job done. Just like I, as your president, will also trust you to get the job done. It's amazing to think of the adventures that are about to begin for you. Across the country this month, millions of other students are graduating, high school, college. Many others are wondering, just what am I going to do? They're saying to themselves, what are they going to do? You know what you're going to do. Many, many students are graduating from college right now. They're saying, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go to work? You know it. You picked a good one, by the way. You picked a beautiful one, a good one, and we're really proud to have you, I can tell you. Years from now, some of them may look back and ask themselves whether they've made the right choice, whether they've made the most of the opportunities they've been given. In the Coast Guard, you will face many challenges and many threats. But one thing you will never have to face is that question of, what will I do? When you look back, you won't doubt. You know exactly how you spent your time saving lives. I look at your admirals. I look at General Kelly. I look at some of the great people in service. And I want to tell you, they're excited about life. They love what they do. They love the country. They love protecting our country. And they love what they do. Is that right? Good. I didn't think anyone was going to say no. That would have ruined our speech, right? They're great people. You always know just what you'll be, the leaders and officers of the United States Coast Guard. And when they see your uniform, everyone in the world will know exactly what that means. What standard? And really, if you think of it, when you talk about the great sailors and the great sailors of the world, we have them. But what stranded sailor doesn't feel relief when those red racing stripes break the horizon? What drifting soul at sea, with only a short time left to live, doesn't rejoice at the sound of those chopper blades overhead coming back and coming down to rescue them from death? What poison peddling drug runner, the scourge of our country, doesn't tremble with fear when the might of the Coast Guard comes bearing down on them? In each case, we know the reason. America's life-saving service is on the way. The Coast Guard is truly vital to the United States Armed Forces and truly vital to our great country. Out of the 5 branches of our armed services, it's only the Coast Guard that has the power to break through 21 feet of rock, solid Arctic ice, right? You're the only ones. And I'm proud to say that under my administration, as you just heard, we will be building the first new heavy icebreakers the United States has seen in over 40 years. We're going to build many of them. We need them. We need them. The Coast Guard stands watch at our ports, patrols our waterways, and protects our infrastructure. You defend America in a world of massive and very grave threats. Soon, some of you will be leading boardings of suspicious vessels, searching for the most deadly weapons, and detaining criminals to keep our people safe. Others of you will work with partners in scores of countries around the globe, bringing in the full power of the United States Coast Guard right up to those distant shores, and some of those shores are very far away. To secure our borders from drug cartels, human smugglers, and terrorist threats, Coast Guard cutters patrol more than 1,500 miles below our southern border. A lot of people didn't know that. When enormous pride hits your heart, you realize that it's with this great skill and tremendous speed our Coast Guard men and women interdict dangerous criminals and billions of dollars worth of illegal narcotics every single year. Your helicopters launch from the decks of world-class national security cutters, and they chase drug smugglers at speeds far in excess of 50 knots. In rough seas at high speeds, our incredible Coast Guard snipers take their aim at the smugglers' engines. And time after time, they take out the motors on the first shot. They don't like wasting the bullets, right? They actually don't. Your slice through roaring storms and through pouring rain and crashing waves is a place where few other people will ever venture. Exciting, exciting. But you have to have it in your heart. You have to love it, and you love it. In the Coast Guard, you don't run from danger, you chase it. And you are deployed in support of operations in theaters of conflict all around the world. But not only do you defend American security, you also protect American prosperity. It's a mission that goes back to the earliest days of the revenue cutter service. You've read about that and studied that. Today, the Coast Guard helps keep our waters open for Americans to do business. It keeps our rivers flowing with commerce, and it keeps our ports churning with American exports. You help billions and billions of dollars in goods to navigate our country every day. You are the only federal presence on our inland waterways. You police the arteries we need to rebuild this country and to bring prosperity back to our heartland, and we are becoming very, very prosperous again. You can see that. Think of the glorious mission that awaits. You will secure our harbors, our waterways, and our borders. You will partner with our allies to advance our security interests at home and abroad. And you will pursue the terrorists, you will stop the drug smugglers, and you will seek to keep out all who would do harm to our country, all who can never, ever love our country. Together, we have the same mission, and your devotion and dedication makes me truly proud to be your Commander-in-Chief. Thank you. Now I want to take this opportunity to give you some advice. Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Things will work out just fine. Look at the way I've been treated lately, especially by the media. No politician in history, and I say this with great surety, has been treated worse or more unfairly. You can't let them get you down. You can't let the critics and the naysayers get in the way of your dreams. I guess that's why I won. Thank you. I guess that's why we won. Adversity makes you stronger. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face. I've accomplished a tremendous amount in a very short time as president. Jobs are pouring back into our country. A brand new Supreme Court justice who's going to be fantastic for 45 years. A historic investment in our military. Border crossings, thank you to our general, are down more than 70% in just a short period of time. A total record, by the way, by a lot. We've saved the Second Amendment, expanded service for our veterans. We are going to take care of our veterans like they've never been taken care of before. I've loosened up the strangling environmental chains wrapped around our country and our economy. Chains so tight that you couldn't do anything, that jobs were going down, we were losing business, we're loosening it up. We've begun plans and preparations for the border wall, which is going along very, very well. We're working on major tax cuts. For all, we are going to give you the largest tax cut in the history of our country if we get it the way we want it. And we're going to give you major tax reform. And we're also getting closer and closer day by day to great health care for our citizens. And we are setting the stage right now for many, many more things to come. And the people understand what I'm doing, and that's the most important thing. I didn't get elected to serve the Washington media or special interests. I got elected to serve the forgotten men and women of our country, and that's what I'm doing. I will never stop fighting for you, and I will never stop fighting for the American people. As you leave this academy to embark on your exciting new voyage, I am heading on a very crucial journey as well. In a few days, I will make my first trip abroad as president, with the safety, security, and interests of the American people as my priority. I will strengthen old friendships and will seek new partners, but partners who also help us, not partners who take and take and take. Partners who help, and partners who help pay for whatever we are doing and all of the good we're doing for them, which is something that a lot of people have not gotten used to, and they just can't get used to it. I say, get used to it, folks. I'll ask them to unite for a future of peace and opposition, for our peoples and the peoples of the world. First in Saudi Arabia, where I'll speak with Muslim leaders and challenge them to fight hatred and extremism and embrace a peaceful future for their faith. And they're looking very much forward to hearing what we, as your representative, we have to say. We have to stop radical Islamic terrorism. Then in Israel, I'll reaffirm our unbreakable alliance with the Jewish state. In Rome, I will talk with Pope Francis about the contributions of Christian teachings to the world. Finally, I'll attend the NATO summit in Brussels and the G7 in Sicily to promote security, prosperity, and peace all over the world. I'll meet scores of leaders and honor the holiest sites of these three great religions. And everywhere I go, I will carry the inspiration I take from you each day, from your courage and determination to do whatever is required. Save and protect American lives. Save and protect American lives. We want security. You're going to give us security. In just one example, we see how priceless that gift of life is to the people you touch every day. A few years ago, a Coast Guard helicopter and rescue swimmer took off in the direction of 3 terrified fishermen who clung to their sinking and burning vessel. That day, our Coast Guard heroes did their jobs well. They flew over the sea, despite tremendous danger, and extended a helping hand at the moment it was most urgently needed. There was very little time left. But that's not the most remarkable part of that story. As one Coast Guard swimmer put it, you do that stuff all the time. You do it every hour of the day. Something is happening all the time with the United States Coast Guard. You do an amazing job. A remarkable thing happened with that rescue, but when you think of it, you do those rescues all the time. There, the Vietnamese fishing captain grabbed the swimmer's hand. He looked at his Coast Guard rescuer in the eye and said, "I was asking God to please let me live. I need to see my kids. Please, God, please let me live so that I can see my kids. Then God sent me you." That's what he said. To every new officer and to every new Coast Guard member here today, or out protecting life around the world on some of the roughest waters anywhere, you truly are doing God's work. What a grateful heart you must all have, because it is with my very grateful heart and America's cheers for the Coast Guard and America cheers for you often that we wish you good luck. As your Commander-in-Chief, I thank you, I salute you, and I once again congratulate the Coast Guard class of 2017. God bless you. God bless the Coast Guard, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is how a commander-in-chief talks to the military, the Coastal Guard. Okay? This is who I call a legendary, the 45th, and now the 47th president-elect. Thank you guys for tuning in. Okay, so while we were watching that, I was actually searching for 3 more videos. And after these 3 videos, we're going to have to call it a night because we've been on for like 3 hours. Okay, this is the first one. Why is Biden era waging so many lawfare against Elon Musk? Is it because he's supporting Trump? Let's see.
President-elect Trump taps FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr as chairman of that agency, saying that Commissioner Carr is a warrior for free speech and has fought against the regulatory lawfare that has stifled Americans' freedoms and held back our economy. He will end the regulatory onslaught that has been crippling America's job creators and innovators and ensure that the FCC delivers for rural America. Brendan Carr joins us now. I'm particularly interested in rural America. What are your top 3, besides that, top 3 to-do items if you get confirmed?
Yeah, thanks so much, Dana. And I want to start by expressing my thanks and appreciation again to President Trump and to congratulate him again on his historic election victory. I mean, it's one for the history books, if you think about it, from the lawfare that he overcame to literally being shot, not just shot at, but being shot. And for me, as I go forward, the first thing is to get together with the president's team and make sure that I 100% understand his agenda. After all, it's going to be his administration, and it's going to be his agenda that people should be pushing. From my perspective, there's a couple of top issues. Number one is looking at tech censorship. You know, free speech is the bedrock of our democracy, and there's been this unprecedented surge in censorship over the last couple of years, and we need to restore Americans' First Amendment rights. Number two is to look at our approach to media. You know, Jeff Bezos just recently did an op-ed where he said that Americans don't trust the news media. He said now they're the least trusted of all. And I think he's speaking a lot of truth there. So I think the status quo, particularly when it comes to legacy media, needs to change. And 3, we have a real opportunity to get the economy going and creating jobs. When President Trump came in 2017, we were behind the 8 ball when it came to communications policy, and he turned things around. And that's exactly what is going to happen again. We need to free up more spectrum. We need to do permitting reform. You talk about rural broadband. That's the key there. And number 3 is the space economy. I'm down here in South Padre Island right now. There's going to be another Starship launch later today. And it simply cannot take longer to move permitting paper from one desk at an agency to another than it does to build and launch these rockets. So we're going to unleash America's private sector again.
What can the FCC do to help legacy media?
You know, there's a lot the FCC can do. Broadcasters are differently situated than other speakers. They get free access to a valuable public resource, the airwaves, and they're licensed by the FCC. And the exchange for that is they have to serve the public interest. I think it's important that we take another look at that and we reinvigorate it. There's also a news distortion complaint at the FCC still having to do with CBS, and CBS has a transaction before the FCC. And I'm pretty confident that news distortion complaint over the CBS 60 Minutes transcript is something that's likely to arise in the context of the FCC's review of that transaction.
Forbes magazine had this headline: how Elon Musk could benefit from Trump's FCC nominee, Brendan Carr. Why would they say that he would benefit, and how would you respond to that headline?
Well, if you look at the last couple of years, you know, President Biden stood at the White House podium a couple years ago and said Elon Musk is worth being looked into. And ever since then, the regulatory agencies have launched unprecedented lawfare. You know, the FCC revoked unlawfully an $800 million award to Elon Musk. Every single agency started investigating him. And so I think that it's time for the American government to not give people differential treatment based on their last name. And everybody is going to get a fair shake from the government going forward.
You also had this tweet at one point that the FCC's most recent budget request said that promoting DEI was the agency's second highest strategic goal. Starting next year, the FCC will end its promotion of DEI. Tell me more.
Yeah, look, we need to get back to common sense in the government. The idea that the Federal Communications Commission lists as its second highest strategic priority promoting DEI, there's no place for that. And when the transition is complete, when we come in, the FCC is going to end its promotion of DEI. We're going to focus on our core mission, rural broadband, accelerating our permitting for the satellite industry. Those are the steps we're going to take.
It is just the straight up facts. We need to get back to common sense, mate. It has to be performance and action. It's not about race, color. It's about performance. Who can get the job done? And that's it.
Promoting
Long
our
to-do
national
list.
security.
Well, enjoy the space
It's gonna
launch,
be
the
a lot of
rocket
fun.
launch today. Enjoy that, and thank you for coming on the program. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Anna.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
All right, the next one.
Also with us, Brett Tolman, former U.S. attorney, now executive director of Right on Crime. Brett, great to have you on here. So I guess if Carrie is correct and you agree with her, and tell me if you do not, it kind of leaves Juan Merchan out there. Brett, what do you think of the rest of the legal pushes against the president-elect?
Well, I'll tell you, Trace, what is really needed. I understand the president's call for unity now, but I also think the country needs accountability. There needs to be a special counsel appointed to investigate the level of communication and the level of coordination among all the offices from Fulton County, Georgia, to New York, to Washington, D.C., to Florida. That needs to be exposed. If there's nothing there, great. The American people can move on. But until we see that, until we see why it was they brought and manipulated multiple criminal cases and a civil case against the political adversary of the current president who was running for office again, until we understand that, we will never feel like anybody has been held accountable, or nor do we have the information and the knowledge of what sort of conspiracy may have been played by the Democrats in this instance.
When you talk about accountability, Brett, are you intimating at least a little bit that maybe Pam Bondi brings that accountability? Maybe that's part of the reason that she was placed in the position that she's on the verge of being placed in?
Well, Trace, Pam is quintessential professional. She is hardworking. She's built her career on applying the law. I think she will do that. But she is someone that is fierce, and that she is someone that wants accountability for individuals who have been able to abuse the rule of law. And I hope that that's in her plans. I think that she has the strength and the confidence to put good people in positions that will be fair. And look, I have been saying, since I was U.S. attorney, I've been saying that our criminal code has exploded to such a degree in the federal system, over 300,000 criminal penalties and regulations with criminal penalties in this country. I can find a crime to apply to almost anybody I wanted to investigate. So you have to have people that are not willing to abuse that power that has been given to them. And I think Pam will set this country off in the right direction.
And lastly, Brett, what do you think of Jack Smith saying that he stood fully behind these allegations? Is it one of those things where, look, I'm going to put this out there, I'm going to drop these cases, but I'm going to put this out there anyway? Or do you truly believe that he believes that?
Well, it's the last dying whimperings of someone who tried desperately to manipulate the law, abused his position, a position that we later learned was an unlawful position, and did so in a way that offended individuals on the left and the right with the way he used the law, applied the facts, and went after President Trump. I mean, it is unprecedented in our history, and I'm super excited that we're going to finally expose all that went on during the last several years.
Fascinating. Brett Tolman, great to have you on the show. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Why are younger men gravitating towards Trump? Why are they supporting Trump in droves? Why are they so inspired by Trump? I am certainly inspired by the 45th, now the 47th president-elect. I think his story is inspiring. I don't care what people say. He was brought up with money. His daddy gave him money. Look, all of that do not count. He is not the only rich guy or the person that has a rich father. He worked hard. And anywhere you go in the United States, go to Chicago, go to New York, Go to North Carolina, go to different places in the United States, go to Florida, go to California, you would see Trump properties, you would see Trump tour, you would see Trump golf courses. That is hard work. His father didn't have all of those stuff. He made sure he accomplished those things. And this is what people always say. Like, they try to discredit Trump for his hard work. They try to say his father was the whole reason why he is this way. However, this guy, for some reason, this mic doesn't pronounce T, so I'm sorry. Trump has been a success. As a matter of fact, in the 80s and 90s, Trump was defined as the American dream. That's just wild. Anyway, younger men are gravitating towards Trump, and it's not going to stop because this is just inspiring figure.
I think men are better than they think they are. However, messaging has just gotten out of control from both sides. You take a look at the fact that across the board, didn't matter what race they are, males turned towards Donald Trump, turned away from the Democratic Party. And why? That's the real question that should be asked. Why? Because in so many ways, the party basically dismissed him, left him out of the conversation, and not until the very end decided, oh, I better reach out and see if these guys are worth talking to.
Yeah.
And if you just look at the fact that we have nobody, I think, in this country right now, the majority of people, believe in an equal playing field where everybody gets to participate and play. But when you start shoving certain things down people's throats that they don't want to have to eat, you're going to have to deal with the consequences of forcing somebody to do something that they didn't want to do.
Well, there's the messaging toward men that Trump was doing, and then there was the messaging toward women that the Harris-Biden campaign were doing. I mean, I remember sitting at the Democratic convention and looking after 3 or 4 days and saying, not a whole lot of men on this program. And that's intentional because they thought this was going to be an abortion election, but was that a misstep?
I think that abortion being the top issue was obviously a misstep because we saw that it didn't actually bring out the women that they expected either. But I would argue that from the onset, the
This
polling
lady
showed
right here,
that there
bro.
were stark
Here we go.
divisions between
Here we go.
what men valued and what women valued, which isn't actually surprising across this country. But the economy was something that everybody valued. The way it was messaged, I think, was problematic. But in addition to that, looking at the psychological aspect of things, men have felt left out for quite some time, be it whether it was social groups, be it whether it was leading to depressive states or other things. They've been very vocal about that. That existed long before the pandemic. I do think that there needed to be stronger outreach to men and men of all backgrounds. But in addition to that, there needed to be more men at the helm of the decision-making process on the campaign. A campaign that is run by a lot of women is probably not going to be the same campaign that can speak to men. I'm glad that we have this
to be fair,
circle here
both
because
Trump
it matters.
and Harris's campaign were run by a mixture of men and women. I'm not sure. I think it's just about a theory of the case.
But no,
right?
a lot of the messaging strategies that were developed to men were developed to men by white women. And I think that that is a problem.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that, with the appeal with Trump, I think many of his supporters are kind of attracted to that brash, unapologetic, that tough guy kind of persona that Trump has always kind of had. And I always think back to, the mid-'90s and late '90s when I was in college and high school, where you saw a ton of rappers that were name-dropping Donald Trump in all these songs. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that because all of them looked at Donald Trump as this unapologetic, brash guy that really pushed his success, his power plays, the art of the deal, all this stuff kind of made it what men look at as, okay, this is what I want. And men of all backgrounds. And I think that, you fast forward to what happened in this election and the dynamics of the populace of people that voted for Trump, men, women, Hispanic, white women, men in general, black men. It really showed that this election kind of teetered towards the catering towards men. And so it's just a thing where, you look at it and Trump has made a name off himself from doing this. And I think that was a big part of why he won the election.
Scott, but I'll let you jump in a second, but I think you might find this interesting. Scott Galloway, who has a podcast, many podcasts, but he's working on a book about what's going on with men in the country. He writes this: young American men are in a crisis of underemployment, under-socialization. Soaring college costs affect people regardless of their gender, but manufacturing jobs, once a ticket to the middle class for men without college degrees, have been offshored. Housing is increasingly unaffordable. Men are stuck. They are isolated, despairing, and unproductive, prone to obesity, drug addiction, and suicide, susceptible to misogyny, conspiracy theories, and radicalization.
Of course, men will gravitate towards Trump. It's just what it is. Men want to be successful. Men want to get to the highest pinnacle in life. We want to be able to provide and protect our family. Emotions and feelings do not pay the bills. So we're not here saying we're a joyful warrior and all that crap. Okay. We will support the legendary 45th, now the 47th. It is just what it is.
They make inadequate mates, employees, and citizens. It's a pretty dire picture that he paints there, and it seems what he's saying is that Trump spoke to that.
Well, I agree. First of all, I agree with most of everything that's been said here already, and I agree with some of this assessment. I do think we have a crisis of especially young men in this country, and they're in many ways disconnected from the rest of their families, disconnected from their communities, disconnected from our political culture, disconnected from our civil culture. And that's a real problem for a society that depends on all of us to be engaged and working together to make it as good of a country and as good of a society as it can be. I think the Democrats in this election made men feel like that the patriarchy is over, boys, and we're going to put you in the back seat for a while, and you're just going to have to accept it, without any thought to the ramifications of telling people who are out honestly trying to make a living, provide for their families, be good husbands, be good fathers. When you tell people who are doing their level best that either A, it's not good enough, or B, you're part of the problem, what do you expect? And then finally, as a political tactic, the attempt to put walls on the ticket, and that was going to somehow solve all of the problems that had been built up for years, was ridiculous, because it turns out Walz was the last person that men wanted to hear from. And I remember at the beginning of that whole campaign, when they put him on, I sat right here, and people were like, oh, they got camouflaged hats. They're going to be wearing them in the deer stands this fall. And I think to your point that you just made, that was not, that idea that was not formulated by a bunch of dudes who actually go deer hunting. It was come up with by a bunch of people who've never met a dude that actually goes deer hunting. But when you try to put that kind of window dressing on a real communications problem or a real relationship problem, it gets exposed immediately.
I did a fun little experiment. I knew we were going to be talking about this tonight. So I have a text chain that's been going on with my friends from college and law school for about 15, 16 years. It's all guys. Some are married, some are not. Some have kids, some do not. Some are former Democrats, They are all MAGA now. So I sent them a text and I said, I'm coming on the show. We're going to discuss this issue of masculinity and MAGA. Can you give me some PG thoughts? I'm going on a family show here tonight.
You may not be familiar with what we do here.
They will go to PG-13 if you want. Well, we're definitely not going to be reading the text. I will put it to I heard a few certain things. MAGA is fun. MAGA is fun. Yeah. I heard it time and again from each one. Yeah, MAGA is fun. One of them said, MAGA equals football and beer. The left equals HR and tofu. That was one of the nicer ones. Trump speaks to me. He speaks like a normal person. He's not a robotic politician. We can have a debate over what he says, but he speaks to them as a normal person. But the one thing that came across from all of them was, I'm sick of being told what to do. I'm sick of the media telling me what to do. I'm sick of the woke left telling me what to do. I'm sick of government telling me what to do.
Major.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. And Thanksgiving is coming up. Isn't that just wonderful? Happy Thanksgiving in advance to everybody. I see you guys are talking about your favorite food in the chat. I like lasagna. I also do like my African food. My favorite for sure. What else? I feel like it's just the same food you get to eat in the United States every day. Almost every day. You eat the same thing every day. However, I eat probably like once a day. I eat like once a day. I don't like eating too much. And because I get to work every single time, I'm always working. So I eat like once a day. Yes, y'all. You guys are the best. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who tuned in. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of the show. For the new guys, I think I'm just seeing Gina Wakefield up here. This is like the first time I'm seeing her. I don't know, but if this is the first time you're tuning in, thank you so much, Gina Wakefield. God bless you. Thanks to all the veterans in the chat. I think Gina is a veteran also. Thank you, Gina. Shout out to Derek. God bless you. Says great live stream. Frankie D. Wealth from within. What else, man? Nolan for sure. Shout out to Nolan. Um, Mark 805 says, "What is African food?" I could show you a picture of African food. Matter of fact, let me go. Matter of fact, let me go show you my favorite food. My favorite night, because I was born in Nigeria, right? I'm a Nigerian, so but I just say African because that's what most people understand in the United States. But most people don't know that Africa has like 54 countries. Africa has 54 countries. And that's like, when I hear people say I'm from Africa, I'm like, bro, where in Africa? All right, let me show you. Let me see if I can get a link to that for you. Hopefully it comes up. Hopefully it comes up. Yeah. Here we go. So this is what it looks like. This is what my favorite food looks like. This is called pounded yam and egusi soup. Mm, 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 mm. Oh my Lord, dear Lord Jesus. Dear Lord Jesus. This right here. Mm, mm, man. That right there is like that right there would wake you up when you're feeling bad, feeling sad, you get your heart broken, you know, you lost your job, you're having a bad day. All you need is egusi. You're feeling depressed, I'll prescribe you this food right here. Another one is ewedu, ewedu wegiri. Amala. Yeah, this guy right here. I love spicy food, so all of this food is ah mm, mm. This, oh my Lord. This right here. This right here. This is what you call, this is the window to my heart. This right here is the window to my heart. What? This is called ewedu, begiri, and amala. So the hard part, like the brown part is called amala. The green is called ewedu. The yellowish stuff is called gbegiri, and that's like beef right there. Oh my lord! When you eat this, you feel alive, and that's the thing. Like, okay, so say, tell me like five food that you would eat in the United States that you feel like you feel alive. I feel like I mean, you go to like Chick-fil-A, you buy a sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich, or you buy like mac chicken. Like, what do you actually eat in the United States? Oatmeal, rice, lasagna. And that's like the lasagna and the spaghetti meatballs. It's not even like American food. That's Italian food. But like, what do you actually eat in the United States that you feel like, I'm eating good, bro? I don't know. And I love the United States. Okay, I love the United States. But what do you actually eat in the United States that you would be like, man, thank you, Lord Jesus, for this meal? Yeah. Mr. Busky says chicken fried steak. Uh, sausage biscuit, and yeah, that's the thing. Like, you eat hot dogs, mac and cheese, um, garlic bread, baked biscuit, cornbread, like grits, eggs. Everything still like balls around the same thing, in my opinion. Okay, it's just my opinion. It's like you never really get to enjoy variety. Like, if you taste this food, all your taste buds, it's like just gonna wake up like, what have you done to me? I have never been awoken. I have never been awoken, guys. This is what you call balanced diet. This is what you call balanced diet. Okay? Your That's why I never get sick. I never get like none of that. I'm not on prescription. I'm not on nothing. Like, I make sure I eat these grains. I eat soup, spicy food, but spicy food isn't good for everybody though. However, it's like, if I don't eat spicy food, I just feel like my life is incomplete. I mean, think about it. Yes, nothing like a good pizza. I mean, Frankie D, that's the thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the same thing. It's like pizza. It's like, and you guys eat a lot of bread. Any food you eat, you must add bread to it. Spaghetti, you add garlic bread. Is that adding garlic bread or cornbread or some sort of bread? There must be bread though. When you eat these types of food, your immune system, this is where my accent kicks in. When you eat these types of food, your immune system will wake up. I'm talking about all those organs that have been suppressed by crazy amount of sugar that the diet here contains. All of this immune system is just like, oh man, they start waking up like, oh, the intestines will be talking about, yo, Jake, what's up, bro? You ever tasted this before? Man, this man right here, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm trying to cut down on sugar because most of the food that I eat here is just straight up sugar. Straight up sugar. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are the best, man. You guys are the best. I love you guys, man. And this is like, one day I'm gonna do a stream, like a live stream where, like, I cannot cook this for sure. I can't cook this. can make it, but I cannot make it the way I actually want to enjoy it. So you have to go meet those people that actually sweat. And this is something we do in Africa, like in Nigeria, to be precise. If if you're cooking and you're not sweating, then you ain't cooking. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You ain't cooking. You ain't cooking, bro. You have to be sweating. Somebody else has to be cleaning the sweat when you're doing. Haven't you seen those videos where all those Nigerian women are going? You must be sweating. Like if you meet some Nigerian brothers, they're gonna tell you, man, I need the sweat in my food. Oh my god, bro. Bro, man. See, different cultures. This is why I like talking to different people, different cultures. Like when I was in film school in New York, we had like when I was in film school, we had Caribbeans, Venezuelans, Brazilians, and just talking to them, meeting them, having a conversation with them, seeing their culture is like the best ever. This is why I like talking to different type of people. This is why I love talking to different type of people because you just never know. You never know what you're gonna learn. You just never know what you're gonna learn from people. You never know. Gina says, "Yeah, for real, for real. Hell yeah, for real." Like you, this. First of all, I don't know about you guys, but if I don't have spicy food for a long time, I start feeling it, and then I start losing appetite, and then I just like now it's been. Well, I did eat spicy food like 2 weeks ago. However, it's like now I'm losing appetite. I'm just eating like one time a day, one time a day. Because like now it's like 3:23 a.m. I'm not gonna eat breakfast for sure because I feel full because I ate dinner around like 10, 11 p.m. So that's already too late. My next meal is probably going to be around maybe 4 p.m. But I eat like once a day or twice a day, but it's towards the late time or the late part of the day. So it's like I don't want to waste my time because I know I'm still gonna eat almost the same thing. So it's like let me just eat one time of the same thing rather than and it's different. Look, let me show you guys something else. I don't know if you guys this is another very famous food in Nigeria, jollof rice. This is one of our most famous food right here. Jollof rice. Oh, mm, jollof rice. Oh my lord. Dear Lord Jesus. Oh. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Mark 805 said, what do you eat once a day, bro? First of all, I eat too much peanut butter. Yeah, I eat too much peanut butter right now. Peanut butter, sugar-free bread. Uh, I eat brown rice with soup. It's like I'm trying to figure out what to eat. It's like I guess because I don't know what to eat. It's like what is there to eat? And if I don't eat that, I might like Zaxby's. I buy the traditional is it number four? It's traditional buffalo wings because I love spicy food, of course. So traditional buffalo wings with fries. So it's like, I mean, what else is there to eat? But this right here, jollof rice. Oh, oh, oh. This is called dodo. It's plantain, like in the English word. It's plantain, but in our language, like Yoruba language, it's called dodo. So this is dodo, rice and chicken, and it's like chicken breast. This, when you eat this, your organs will be going. What are we doing today, dog? Nolan. Nolan say, Odun. Odun be. Odun be call me. Nolan. Odun baje. Nolan. Nolan, are you a Yoruba boy? Nolan, let me know. Let me check your picture first. No, Nolan is not Yoruba. But I guess he's been dating some Yoruba girls. Nolan, you've been dating Yoruba girls. Nolan, you've been dating Yoruba girls, and I drink a lot of water. I don't know if you know that, Mr. Busky. I drink a lot of water. Nolan has been dating Yoruba girls, so he's been eating some of this. Shout out to Gina. Gina says it's incredible how you can redefine what is possible. There is nothing we are incapable of, just bound by what we are perceived. It's crazy. You're right. You're definitely right. Now let's go check. Let's go check. Uh, spaghetti meatballs. That's another one that I like, and I was eating that. There was this Caribbean girl in school. She used to cook spaghetti meatballs. Good old days, people. Good old days, people. Mm, that right there. That right there is legendary. And of course, Caribbean people like spicy too. So it's like with the meatballs and all that spaghetti with spice, man, your life would never remain the same. That right there, up there that you're looking at, mm, your life would never remain the same, people. Mm, let me let me show you all the typical American breakfast right here. This is the typical. This right here, I'm about to show you, is the typical American breakfast. Yes, that's definitely a lot of protein. So if you work out, that's really good for you. This right here is the typical straight up American breakfast. You got your bread, you got your sausage, you got your scrambled eggs, you got your ash browns. Are those ash browns? Scrambled ash browns? That right there is a typical American breakfast. Like, I don't care where you go in the 50 states. This is what they're gonna serve you for breakfast. No, no household, bro. It's like, you ready for breakfast? I already know that's what they're gonna bring. They may not be bread, they may not be, but one of this is gonna be on your plate for breakfast. Travel to 50th state, people. I promise you that. Like Waffle House is one of the restaurant that serves America's number one breakfast. Oh my lord. Hell no, Taco Bell. Wow, we may be a food channel right now. We're turning into a food channel. We went from Trump talking about food. I think food is actually resonating. We all agree on the same thing. We all agree on the same thing. And this is the thing. Food is like universal. Can be Waffle House breakfast, my brother. That's the thing. You can never be Waffle House breakfast. Waffle House breakfast is like, yeah, this right here is a typical breakfast right here too. Get your eggs. Oh, Evans was my breakfast place. I would say that for breakfast. I do intermittent fasting. Yes, Gina says I do intermittent fasting. No breakfast. I got all loving in here. Just no bad soup. Now for lunch, straight up McDonald's in the United States or Chick-fil-A. Yo, man, you guys are the best, bro. You guys are the best. Thank you for. Oh, let me show you something. Let me show you guys something. This is like street food in Nigeria, akara and uh, akara. Oh, dear Lord Jesus, dear Lord. Mm, mm. This, this is what you call a typical Nigerian breakfast. The same way you have it here, Waffle House. This is what you call a Nigerian breakfast. This is pap. The white stuff with the milk is called pap or akamu, and the brown stuff is called kara. Oh my lord, this is wild. How did we get here, people? Oh man, as much as I love the United States, the only thing I miss in Nigeria is the food. Of course, the culture, but the food, unmatched, unmatched. Oh, Gina says it looks like chicken nugget and soup. Lol. Yes, it does look like chicken nugget, but it's not chicken nugget. Blaine Crosby says you're missing home. I miss the food. I'm not gonna cap, especially my mom's food. Oh, my mom's food. Wealth, it is your fault. 100%. It is your fault. It is your fault for mentioning food. You started this whole thing. We were just deeply concerned and talking about, America and how great the United States is, and you started talking about food. You started talking about food, bro. There's nothing like your mom's food or your sister's food. I would pick my sister's food over my mom's food, and this, like, I love my mom, no cap, but my sister's food, unstoppable. Okay, it's like she's the 2.0 of my mom. She cooks great. She cooks absolutely great. Absolutely great. She's like the best food ever. Best cook ever. Gina says, do you miss home entirely or do you prefer the United States? The economy way better than Nigeria, 100%. The cost of living is higher here in the United States than back home. We pay rent once a year. So, like, if you pay rent in January, the next time you're gonna pay rent is next year, January. But here you pay rent, you pay bills every 30 days, which is like unmatched. It's just unmatched. It's definitely unmatched. um, what else? You're not in a rush in Nigeria back home. You're not in a rush. You're not rushing to, you know, get something done because you don't have to pay your bills in 30 days. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to overwork yourself. You don't have to get 2 jobs or 3 jobs. If you get 2 jobs or 3 jobs, it's on you. You don't have to get 2 jobs or 3 jobs. And that's the difference. Here, you must, especially in this economy, you better be getting 2, 3 jobs if you want to meet your bills. What else? Food, definitely. I miss the food. Like, that's the number one on my list. The food, the culture, the culture. What do I miss about the culture? Hmm. I miss a lot, but the culture. I'm trying to remember what I miss about the culture in Nigeria. Just the parties and the fact that people just bring food to your door just for the sake of bringing food. They say, "Hey, bro, what's up? We had a party next door. You want to eat?" And they actually prepare it and bring it to your doorstep. And it's like you didn't even do anything to get. It's like they just bring the food to you. That's just what. Um, Nolan says, "Are you gonna visit anytime soon?" I plan to go in 2025. That's one of my goals to go in 2025. I really want to go in 2025. What else? Overall, I would say the United States is way more adventurous than Nigeria because there's so many things to do in the United States. There's so many places to go. Like the whole of Nigeria is like Georgia. Or maybe Georgia and South Carolina. So it's like small compared to the United States, where there's like so you could go to Arizona, you could go to California, you could go to Nebraska, you could go to down here in the South, Georgia, Tennessee. You know what I mean? Like Florida. So there's so many things to do in the United States, but it's the dances. Nolan says the dances is just unmatched, bro, because we're always dancing because it's like, it's like Afrobeat because of the music. Afrobeat is just it's the vibe, bro. It's different. And again, the music is different. Unlike here where it's like rap and it's sort of like indoctrination. In Nigeria it's like feel good music. It's just feel good music. It's not nobody's trying to indoctrinate you to become some I don't know. Like they say rappers and nah. I mean, we do have rappers, but nobody's rapping about, like having firearms. So no. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that because everybody's just having a good time. No, Gina, Nigeria is small, really small, and that's why like people are saying that Africa should be one country. It should not be a continent. If you go check it out, when they tell you like Nigeria, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Cotonou, Cameroon, South Africa, Ethiopia, Kenya, Mali, Burundi, like all those countries, it's like they need to be in one. They need to be one country, and those countries should be states. All of those countries should be states. So Nigeria should be a state in Africa. South Africa should be a state in Africa. So it's like that's the only way Africa can be great. And this is what people have been talking about. And this may take like 10, 20, 40, maybe 50 years, but that's what is going to make Africa great again. Well, if that's a theme, that's what is going to make Africa great. Because back in the day, $1 used to be equal to 1 naira. Now $1 is about 2,000 naira. So that's what 2,000%. And this is like in the early 90s. Early 90s, $1 used to equal 1 naira. Now $1 is equal to $2,000, and that's just wow. But just think about it: if like South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, all of these countries become a state. So Nigeria is a state, South Africa is a state, and just like the United States of America, it should be the United States of Africa. That's what is going to make Africa strong, and all this whatever victimization that is going on, that's the only way they can like own who they are. But a lot of selfish people, selfish leaders are not going to make it work like that. No. Make Nigeria great again. No. It should be make Africa great again. Because Nigeria is so small and it's like they're fighting over small stuff. It's like too small to be fighting over. Like you shouldn't be fighting over small stuff. You shouldn't be fighting over small like the small things they're fighting over is like it's not even worth fighting over, bro. I'm telling y'all. So it should be make Africa great again. It's still MAGA, bro. Make Africa great again. It's still MAGA, bro. It's just like make America great again. It should be make Africa great again. MAGA, bro. That's the thing. MAGA goes with everything, bro. Golly, bro. And like Africa has all the natural resources like oil, gold, diamond. Like if Africa can come together as one, it's gonna be one of the strongest economy in the world on planet Earth. And of course, if they don't like go crazy, if they actually work together as one. I mean, Elon Musk is a South African person. He was born in South Africa. Now he's an American, just like I was born in Nigeria. And now I am American. So it's like a lot of really talented people back home, but it's like they don't get the chance to shine. And if they do shine, it's like the leaders just take them, and it's like there's nothing you could do. I mean, it's not the democracy is not like the United States. The United States is the only country you can actually really practice democracy, like really practice democracy. Mark 805 says Ethiopia. Ethiopia has very beautiful women. Ethiopia is like very beautiful. Let me show you my city, Lagos, Nigeria. Let Show you my city real fast. I was born in Lagos. This is my city where I was born. This is my city where I was born. All right. So this right here is Lagos, Nigeria. This is a very famous building right here, 1004. That's what we call the building. Remember when we used to like t- go out here for the weekends and we'll go to the beach. Man, so many good times up here. But I don't remember the water being blue, bro. They don't edit the water, but okay. And this is the beach. This is Lagos at night for sure. How did we even get here, bro? Yeah, this is some new buildings in in Lagos, Nigeria. Straight up Lagos. Lagos. Yeah, if you want to go to Nigeria, I would recommend you go to Lagos because Lagos is like the New York of Nigeria. Okay. Just like is it Pretoria? Pretoria, South Africa. Yeah, just like Cape Town, South Africa. But South Africa is just on another level when it comes to beauty. If you're trying to see the beauty of Africa, you should go to South Africa. But if you're trying to enjoy life, go to Lagos. If you're trying to see the culture, go to Lagos. If you're trying to enjoy life, like I'm saying wildlife where you could, bro, whatever you can do here, you could do in Lagos. I mean, it's just what it is. I'm just gonna tell you now. Whatever you're afraid of, like, if somebody's gonna call the police on you or not, nah, bro, you could do it in Lagos. Lagos right here, freedom. This is what you call freedom. That city right there is like, that's why when you go to Lagos, you're gonna see a lot. you're gonna see a lot. You're gonna see a lot of like American people, like I'm saying the Caucasians, a lot of them in Nigeria on the island, and you see them with Nigerian women. I'm saying, I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm saying it, bro. This happens a lot because the freedom is just out of this world. All right, let me let me show you South Africa. Mark says, "Why do you say Caucasians? What should I say? Just like you say African Americans. Did I say it wrongly?" Yeah, South Africa is just on another level when it comes to beauty. When it comes to beauty, I think South Africa is the most beautiful country in Africa. South Africa for sure. There's no going back and forth. South Africa, the weather is like you are in Florida. It's like you're just in Miami, except you're in Miami slash Colorado slash Grand Canyon. It's like bro, it's like you're in Miami slash Los Angeles or San Diego. South Africa is just too beautiful, bro. Take a look at those mountains. Mm. Sometimes you feel like you're in Greece also, like you're in Greece, or it's like it's just so beautiful. That's what I'm saying. If you want to like see sightsee and you want to just see different part of Africa, go to South Africa. But if you want to enjoy the life that you would think this is just impossible, go to Lagos. If you want to live the life that you would say, Lord Jesus, what am I doing? Lagos. But if you want to just, enjoy the sights and go to the zoo and see lions and zebras and tigers and snakes and crocodiles, go to South Africa. But if you want to enjoy a life that's it's just almost impossible to leave, go to Lagos. I mean, take a look at that. That looks like Chris. That looks straight up like Greece. Nolan says, I am in Central Florida. Lagos is much more beautiful. Uh, Lagos is much more beautiful than Central Florida. I mean, Lagos has its perks. Lagos definitely has its perks. It's just Lagos is just a vibe. As soon as you land in Lagos, the air, oh my lord. It's like you just spread your wings. Like every time I land in Lagos, I kiss the floor because I know this is I'm a butterfly up here. There's no police stopping you for nothing because I mean, why are you stopping me, bro? Like everybody's the same. Like we're just living life, bro. It's like a no man's land. It's like nobody's like it's just a different vibe, bro. But South Africa is just way too beautiful. South Africa is just a beautiful. But Ghana is another one. Most African American here they go to Ghana because Ghana has so many heritage going on right there. I've never been to Ghana though. Never been to Ghana. Ghana and Nigeria are always like going against each other because of the jollof rice. So Nigerians say they have the best jollof rice. Ghanaian says they have the best jollof rice. Gina said, "What brought you here?" So what brought me here was film school. I'm a videographer. I studied filmmaking in New York. I was in New York for like a year. Then I moved to North Carolina where I met my wife and we got married and I had a baby. Now my daughter's 5 years old. I've been in the United States for 7 years. It's this December. It took me 5 years to become a United States citizen. That's a little background about me. And then from North Carolina, we moved to Georgia. Yeah, it looks like an artist made Lagos. Yeah, I mean Lagos is, bro. I cannot explain Lagos to you. You have to land in Lagos and then look left and right, and then you would understand what I mean. I'm saying your ears is just gonna be, like when you have goosebumps, but good goosebumps. Though it's not like you're scared. It's just like this freedom is just out of touch. This freedom is almost impossible. But this right here is Ghana. This is like traditional Ghanaian women. This isn't like the daily, normal, everyday Ghanaian women. This is like the port. Uh, oh, that sounds like heaven. What about you here? It looks like awesome. Shut up. That's so. Gina say, Gina say, shut up. That's so cool. Oh Lord, Gina. Dear Lord, Gina, she is the best. She said, shut up. That's so cool. Yep. Yep. Gina is like those cool people that you meet. She definitely is a cool person. I can tell she's a cool person. Like you ain't even got to tell me. You ain't got to tell me. I know for a fact Gina Wakefield is a cool person. That's not even a conversation. That's like a done deal. Can you guys hear me? Please be able to hear me. What? Can you guys hear me or no? Can you guys hear me? Oh, I can't hear myself. I don't know why. I'm struggling up here. But yeah, so Ghana is one of those countries that holds big heritage when it comes to history. I don't know why I can't hear myself. Um, let me see. Why did it take so long to become a United States citizen? And do you agree with the process? Do I agree with the process? Yes, because I mean, America is a country that around the globe, America is known to be the greatest country in the world on planet Earth. So yes, I agree with the process. It should not be something you just come in here and 2 days later you should be a United States citizen. That's just not gonna work. That's absolutely not gonna work. It should take 5 years, maybe 3 years, but it took me 5 years. So um, I would say 3 to 5 years. It should take you 3 to 5 years to become a United States citizen because, I mean, if you're going to stay in the United States, if you're going to enjoy the perks of the United States, it's not easy to live in the United States. I'm not going to cap, like it's not like it's easy to live in the United States. It's actually harder to live in the United States than to live in other countries. But that's based on just cost of living. But there's so much perks to it. Like you could build a business, you can enjoy a lot of stuff. There's you could take advantage of credit, you could take advantage of the capitalism going on here. You could, for example, now I'm talking to you. I mean, you could do this from anywhere in the world, what I'm doing right now, but it's like it's just different with the United States. The opportunity is just different. It is different in the United States. It is just different in the United States. I don't know how to explain it. It's like other countries know what I mean. If you were born in, say, Spain, if you come to the United States, that's why you see Canadians. Canadians want to come to the United States. It's like, but you're in Canada, bro. Like, why are you trying to come here? You are a Canadian, just right there. And you would see them saying they want to be an American. Canadians are saying they want to be Americans. Even people that were born in London are saying they want to be, like, they were born in the United Kingdom are saying they want to be Americans. It's like, why? Have you ever asked yourself that? Because America is just like the perception to the world, America is like untouchable, which they back it up really. They back it up. They really back it up. Uh, Gina says you're very sweet. I'm very lovely. Not a lot of friends. Okay, you can hear me. Nice, 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 bro. We would for sure be homies if we were. Man, I want you to give me a tour around. Oh, bro, Nolan, if I give you a tour around Lagos, bro, you would, bro, you would have so much fun. you would have to say, you know what, I want to extend my stay. And that's something I know for sure. Whenever I go back to Nigeria, I'm going to stay in Nigeria for at least 3 to 6 months. I'm going to stay in Nigeria for 3 to 6 months because I know it's just going to be, I'm just going to go sleep on the sand on the beach for like 2 days. I don't want to say naked, but yeah. Okay. But it's just going to be fun. Um, Gina says, very lonely. Gina says she's very lonely. Oh no, Gina. Gina, we need to find you friends, okay? Gina, we need to find you friends. We need to find you some friends, Gina. So, Gina, what part of the United States are you in? Are you in the South, in the East? Where are you in right now? And it's like I mean, that's another thing in the United States. I wouldn't say it's hard to make friends. It is just not, people are not trying to be your friend. You have to like try to be people's friends. I don't know if that came out right, but I mean, online is different from real life. In real life, probably we might walk past each other. Like now we're on the we are online and we're like typing to, oh, it was on pause. I don't know why. Let me see. Those. Okay. Disconnected again. Like online, it's easy to talk to people. It's not working. It's easy to talk to people online in the United States, but in real life, everybody's like, oh, bougie. It's like, I don't want to talk to you. Everybody's on their phone, chatting and acting like Elon Musk is texting them. But back home, bro, back home, bro, everybody's going like, boy, bro, like in our language, bro. Like you're coming from afar, like people are already like dancing. They don't even know you. It's like, hey, bro, what's up? It's like, and they don't even have money, bro. It's not like they're rich or they got business plans or they got some prospectus or they got, they don't, bro. It's like everybody's just natural. But yes, it's just a different vibe back home. Jenna says, Lola, I'm in Texas. Majority of my really good friends are in Minnesota, people I grew up with. Yes, that's the thing. Like that's something I've learned here in the United States. Yeah, I have to take this off. I gotta take this off. This isn't even working anymore. So something I've learned in the United States is most people leave no. Most people are born, they live their entire life in a city and they probably die in that city. They never like travel out of their state. Some people don't even travel out of the city they were born in. Like they never travel, go anywhere. That's something that I learned in the United States. They like to live in the United States, live here, live in the same city, don't travel, don't. So they only have friends that they grew up with, which isn't bad. It's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying like you don't get to enjoy the world. You don't get to enjoy Earth. You don't get to enjoy the planet. Like so what, you just were born here to live in one city in one state out of 50 states. And that's just the United States. Okay. That's not even like the that's not even like South America. Okay. That's not South America, that's not North America. You're just in one city, in one state, in the 50 states in America. What about the whole of North America? What about the whole of South America? Let's just say this, like there's some countries you don't want to go to. Okay, I get it. But you don't want to live in I don't want to live in one city, in one state for the rest of my life. I want to enjoy stuff. I want to travel, I want to meet people. And yeah. Man, shout out to Kev Tech One. Shout out to Kev Tech One, man. God bless you, Brody. Thank you for your service. God bless you. Meet new people. This is why I enjoy doing what I'm doing right now, because it's like I'm meeting new people, talking to new people. Like I was telling the stream this morning, because I think I've streamed like 3 times today. I was telling the stream this morning, I want to travel to meet people on my chat. I mean, like the moderators, even like normal regular people. Like, because what is life? What is life, people? Life is not just you, your cat, your 2 kids, your husband, and that's it for the rest of your life, bro. No, it's not gonna work. For me, at least, that's not gonna work. And I don't mean like, yeah, somebody B Bob says you mean be a tourist. When you say be a tourist, it's like we are all tourists in this world. It's like you don't truly own anything, because you're gonna like leave it to your kids, or you know what I mean? Like you buy the land, but you didn't make the land. Somebody else is gonna have your land in like what, 10, 20, 40, 50 years. Your kids are probably gonna sell your land. I mean, who knows what they're gonna do? Nobody knows what your kids are gonna do. I mean, I'm not gonna stop my daughter from selling my house or my land. I'm not gonna say you better not sell my land. No, it's like you could train her, but if she decides to give her money to charity, what are you gonna do? Nothing. So, we are all tourists in this world. We didn't bring anything into this world. We're never going to take anything from this world when we go out of this world. So why not really enjoy Earth? Why not take trips? See things that you've never seen before. Meet people you've never met before. Know why people think the way they think. Like, talk to people. Take off the ego backpack. Take off your ego backpack. Put yourself in other people's shoes. Know why they decided to say, I don't want to have kids. Know why they decided to say, I don't want to be married. Know why they decided to say, I want to live a minimalist lifestyle. Know why they decided to say they would never vote a Republican. Know why they say they would never vote a Democrat. Just talk to people just for the sake of talking to people. You know? Just live life. Like, it's not, I'm right. I'm always going to be right. I don't talk to people like that. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Like, talk to everybody. Know why people have their mindset. Just, you know, also, I want to try different food. Like, I've eaten American food for a long time now. I know the food that Americans eat. I want to go to Europe. I want to eat Europeans' food. I want to go to, like, other, like, Asia, see what they live like, rather than just assuming this is what happens over there. That's what happens over there. Yep, shout out to Mr. Booski Man, says, yep, remain open minded. Absolutely. You have to remain open minded. You have to remain open minded. You can't be closed minded. That's never going to serve you. It's never going to serve you. You have to remain open minded, because life, we are on a journey. Okay. Nobody's going to leave this world alive. Okay. So you can live till like 100 years old. Godspeed. But the most is almost unlikely. And even if you do, it's like, you want to enjoy life. Yeah, shout out to Wealth from Within. It says, talking to people is the only way to open up and decide. Nolan says, God gave us these beautiful things for a reason. Yes, yes, mingle. Know why people think the way they think. Like, hug people, shake hands. You know what I mean? Like, talk to people, see people smile and laugh. And he's like, it's just different when you see different people laugh. And it's like, oh, that's what makes you tickle. It's just different. It is just different. It is just absolutely different, man. So Gina, I probably need to take you to Nigeria, Gina. Take you to Nigeria so you can make Gina, the moment you land in Nigeria, you probably have like 20 friends in 20 minutes. And it's like they start talking to you like they know you. Gina, they start talking to you like they already know you, Gina. It's like, Hey, girl, look at your hair. Oh, look at you. Oh, look at let me show you. And they start giving you clothes and scarves and like bangles and like necklaces and like anklets and like shoes. They're gonna dress you up in like 20 seconds. You're gonna get dressed up in 20 seconds, Gina. Uh, Wealth from Within says it will actually love. Yeah, it may change your life, man. It may change your life. That's something that I really want to do. Like, I really want to do that. Travel around the globe. I may not be able to go to the 198 countries, but at least I want to go to like 50 countries before my time is up here. I want to go like just see different places. Even in the United States, I've been to like 20 states because, like I said, I'm a videographer. I get contracted to shoot videos around the United States. So about 2 years ago, I got a contract with a company where we were contracted to film dance competitions around the United States. So we were in California, Nebraska, Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, yeah, Michigan, Illinois, just going around the United States. So it's like most people live in the United States and they never like go anywhere. And that's just, what are you doing? Gina, shout out to Warlock Magic. Shout out to you, buddy. You have a nice aura, brother. Thank you, Warlock Magic. God bless you, buddy. Gina says, "That's me. I've never met a stranger. Lol. I'll talk to everyone." Ooh, Gina. Oh man, you are going to love Nigeria. I'm all for it. When do we leave? When do we leave? Oh no. Oh no. We got a plan. Nolan says, if only the whole world could be like that, brother. Yes. Yes. And there would be less chaos, okay? Everybody would get along, but everybody's kind of like in their own shell. It's like nobody wants to break open their shell and talk to people and like know why people are thinking the way they're thinking. You wouldn't know, like you may be talking to people and you would realize, I actually think the same thing you're thinking right now. I actually believe in the same thing you're thinking, but you would never know if you don't have that conversation. You would just think, well, they're on that side, we on this side, and nobody's gonna. Like, we have to be like the commander in chief, like Trump. He went to North Korea, bro. Nobody ever wanted this man to go to North Korea, but he went to North Korea. This is what you do. You go out, you travel. Now, I'm not saying go to North Korea. I'm just saying, like, meet other people, meet different people. Denmark. What's your top country you want to see? Gina says, "What's my top country I want to see?" Greece, number one, because it's just sexy. Greece, Greece is definitely the sexiest country, I think. Greece, France because of Paris, Italy for sure. Canada because of the winter. I want to go in the winter time, so I can. I think it's in Ontario or some frozen lake or something like that, which we could literally just drive to Canada. But yeah, Canada's on the list too. Um, Switzerland, Australia, those two for sure. Switzerland and Australia, and I also want to go to Iceland just for the sake of seeing the volcanoes and the dark uh sand on the beach. Um, yeah, man. Egypt. Ooh, Egypt for sure. Egypt for sure. Yes, I didn't listen to people who have stayed in one place their entire life. I read that place. As a just playing for their life. Warlock says, being a nice kind of person, yeah, a nice smile. He's gonna put the lights. He wants to take you places everyone wants to be around. Yes, 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 absolutely. Like you have to. Warlock is absolutely right. Shout out to Gina and Warlock. Warlock says, yes, Being a nice person, being a kind person who has a nice smile, who gives out positive vibes, it will honestly take you places. Everyone wants to be around positive people. It's infectious, absolutely infectious. People like to feel good because there's a lot of problems in this world. So, can we just smile and let the good vibes take its course? Because, like it or not, you're going to face problems, okay? Problems are never going to go away. But feel the good vibes, people. Feel the good vibes, okay? Feel the good vibes. Von Baron says, yes, they are. They never know someone's going through. However, some people are just playing with her, with no reason to be mad. Yeah, life is hard. Everybody knows that. So, I mean, you're not going to just sit there and let life beat you to the ground. Nope. You get up, you fight every day, you put a smile on your face, and then you look at life and say, come on, baby, let's go. Because what are you going to do? Lay down and die? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not today. Nolan said, come to Florida, my boy. I will show you some crazy shit and nothing but. My boy. My boy, Nolan. Shout out to Nolan, man. You know what time it is. Yeah, Nolan, for sure. I know for a fact you're going to have some really great. Yeah, I know, Nolan. I know. Just looking at you, I know for a fact you go, yeah, I know you, Nolan. But yeah, man, life is life. You know what I mean? Life is life. And life is. That's why you see people that are old people, like I'm saying, like in their 70s and 80s, they're going to tell you they would do anything to be young again. Think about that. When old people are telling us, the young ones, like I'm talking about like 50 downwards, like if you're in your 50s, you're still very young. Like 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s, you are still very young. You see those people in their 70s and 80s, they tell you, I would do anything to be your age. Do you know what that means? It means they would meet new people, they would talk to people, they would have conversations with strangers, they would take risks, they would go outside, they wouldn't be shy, they wouldn't beat themselves down, they would not, judge themselves so harshly, they would not regret their decisions, they would not live in the past, they would pay more attention to the present and you know, focus on their future, but live in the present. But those are things that we are doing right now. We constantly living in the past. But then when you talk to older people in their 70s and 80s, they're gonna tell you, you know what? I would do anything to be in my 40s, in my 50s right now. I'm telling you, that's what they're gonna tell you. You meet a 75-year-old woman right now, she will tell you, I would do anything to be in my 50s right now. I would do anything to be in my 40s right now. That's what she's gonna tell you. Straight up. And you are probably in your 50s right now. You're probably in your 40s right now. You're probably in your 30s right now. You're going, oh, my life is all BS. Bro, you better live life. You better go out there and live life because you're going to get to your 70s, God willing, and then you would realize you had it perfect when you were in your 50s. I'm telling you, you would realize you had it perfect when you were in your 50s. It's just like in college, you can't wait to leave college. And when you leave college, it's like, I miss college. You know what I mean? Oh, I miss the parties. Miss the friends. I miss the, just living life with no care because now you have kids, now you have a wife, or now you have a husband, you have responsibilities. So, like, always enjoy every season of your life. Always enjoy every season of your life. It is, I, you know, I'm 29 going on 30 next year, February 17th. I am an Aquarius. Um, it's like I'm like, this is my last year in my 20s and I'm just soaking it in. But when I talk to older people, because I love talking to older people, and they're telling me, you're 29 years old? You are a baby. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm 29. Like, you you are like 2-year old to me. Like, essentially, they're letting you know, like, you are absolutely a baby. You are a baby. I was watching an interview of I think an 87-year-old No, a 53-year-old woman was interviewing a 50 no, a 52-year-old woman was interviewing a 86-year-old man, and the man was calling her a baby. I said, what? He was literally calling the 50-some-year-old lady a baby because he's in his 80s. So the more you like push things to the side and leaving your past and leaving your regrets and leaving the things that we all make bad decisions. You're never gonna stop making bad decisions. This is life, okay? Nobody has the manual to life. Nobody has the instruction, the manual book that teaches you what to do and what not to do in life. Life doesn't have a constitution, okay? We have laws that govern the United States, that govern Earth, but we don't have life. We don't have a manual that tells us what to do in life, who to marry, who not to marry, when to have kids, when not to have kids. Do we even want to have kids? How many kids do we want to have? What city do we want to live in? What job do we want to take? You know, what friends do we want to keep? Nobody teaches you those things. You make mistakes, you learn, and life goes on. Okay, life goes on, but you can't dwell in the past. Um, Shout out to Warlock. Warlock says, teach your children. Wait. Wealth from within says, motorcycle license are a hell of a thing to get. Yes, I heard about that one. Warlock says, teach your children about life, what you have experienced, so they don't repeat your mistakes. They shouldn't have to learn things the hard way. If you can save them from it, what's better? One's better for them. Yes. Yes, I always say something like my family should be like a testament that I actually lived a good life. As a man, that's my belief. When they look at your spouse, or at least when they look at your children, maybe spouse, she can have her own life because she's another human being. You can't control another human being. But your child, it's like that should be a testament that you actually did good in this world. When somebody talks to your kid or sees your kid, it's like that guy is actually a good dad, or that woman is a good mom. But that's just my belief. Um, Mr. Busky says, I wasted my 20s but made up for it in my late 30s and 40s. I am almost 60 now and still have more travel plans. Shout out to Mr. Busky one more time. I need to get that, that like that DJ stuff. So when we're reading these comments, it's gonna be fun. Um, Shout out to Mr. Busky one more time, man. Shout out to Mr. Busky for sharing that with us. Nolan says, be appreciative every day you get to just wake up. My boy. Shout out to Nolan, man. He said, be appreciative every day you get to just wake up. You get to just wake up, bro. Some people can't even move. I can't over. You can't just. You can't make this up, people. I got a family member in the hospital right now. Can't move. She was diagnosed with GBS, Guillain-Barré syndrome, and also she has lupus. It's like, can't move. It's just wow. Gina Wakefield says, and Gina, you have a really nice name. Wakefield. Gina Wakefield. Sounds like a TV show personality. Gina Wakefield. Presenting Gina Wakefield. You should look into like starting a YouTube channel. Okay, Gina Wakefield says, I am 53. I will visit 10 countries by 55. Shout out to Gina one more time. That is my hope. I am unmarried and my youngest just moved out. I'm about to do everything I used to think was beyond my grasp. You go, girl. You go, girl. Go, girl. What do those girls say? Go, girl. You go, girl. You better go. You better do it, Gina. You better do it. You better do it, Gina. That's incredible perspective and everything. Nancy is not in his 80s. I'm 24, living the fullest. Wealth from within says, I am 24, living to the fullest. Wealth, you are a baby, bro. You are a baby, bro. enjoy life, make mistakes, you know, do the things that really matters to you, the things that you believe in, and just keep it pushing, bro. Keep it pushing. Don't dwell on mistakes because you're gonna make a lot of mistakes because obviously you're 24 years old. But don't dwell on them and just enjoy life. Um, and also be careful, okay? Make sure you buy a lot of protection. This from a 29 to a 24 years old man, okay? Thank you. Um, yeah. Warlock says you are an old soul for 29 years old. That's what I say about um Aquarius people. They said Aquarius people are like old souls. That's what they say. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. That's what they say about Aquarius people. They say we are old souls. Um, never doubt your possibilities that you can accomplish with the right driver. See, Mr. Booski, man. Shout out to Mr. Booski. He says that's right. Speak onto it and make it happen, Gina. Never doubt your possibilities and what you can make accomplish with the right drive and motivation. Thank you for the encouragement, Booski. Shout out. You see, this is a very nice chat right here. You're very welcome, Gina. It is my kid. Never say that. Darren's image as you. Never say that when I was younger. It's a strange off. That's time is passing us by. Yeah, time goes by so fast. Time is a precious commodity, and that's the thing. Like you can lose money, you can lose um your job, you can lose your spouse, you can lose things in life, you can lose your house, you can lose your car could get repossessed, but you can never get your time back. It's like the time is gone. You can never get your time back, and that's just wild. Or you can get money back, you can buy another car, you can buy another house, you can find love again, you can have more kids, you can adopt kids if you don't want to, have kids. You can buy pets, dogs, cats, reptiles, but you can never buy more time. Isn't that just wild? This is just wild. Um, Wealth from Within says, I have had close calls. Hopefully, I can have some more. Yes, yes, y'all. Let me see if I can show you when I went skydiving. Let me see if it's still on my page. I actually went skydiving one time. Let me see. Do I have it here? Alright. Alright, let me see if I can play it for you guys. I'm gonna make sure I mute that guy. Alright, let me see if I can play it for you guys. This was wild, people. That right there was wild. That was the wild. Okay, wait. Let me move it over here. Whoa. This was a very good experience. I really enjoyed this experience right here. Oh my god, bro. Yep. Yeah, and of course when you like go on skydiving, you have to sign a waiver form saying anything can happen to you. And I was signing them like, oh, anything can happen to me. Ooh. 'Cause I was what, like 25 years old. This was 4 years ago. I was so excited to do it. Gina said, "Pooped your pants." No, I did not. I promise you, I had so much fun. I didn't look. Oh my god. Mm. Or no, I didn't poop. It was so much fun though. I mean, look at that in the sky, man. Let me see. Let me see where we at right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, man. You should. You guys should try skydiving. You guys should try skydiving. Anything that like gets you on the edge, you should try it. You know, because a lot of us leave our life with so much anxiety, fear. Like, try as much as you can to do things that you're scared of. Because I was scared of height, and I told myself, okay, I'm just gonna go skydiving because I like to do stuff that I like. My mind is telling me that you can't do that. You shouldn't do that. You're scared of that. Just like speaking to people like this, my mind used to tell me you can't talk to people because you have an accent. You're not from the United States. I mean, what are you gonna be doing talking to these people? I mean, they don't even understand what you're saying. And I'm saying, okay, I'm just gonna start a YouTube channel. That's who I am. Okay, I'm that kind of person that likes to fight my mind and say, okay, bitch, let's go. Okay, bitch, let's go. And I'm talking to myself. Okay, I'm just there in the bathroom looking at the mirror. I'm saying, okay, bitch, let's go. If you're gonna go to the other side, you're gonna go to the other side. Nothing's gonna happen. You only live once, and you can only go once. So, yes. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. God bless you. 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 Um, to the new people watching, Gina, definitely. I think are you like, wait, Gina, let me know. Is this your first time watching, or you've been? I think this is your first time watching because I saw your chat. I saw your comment, like the first comment you made. You were like, "What is happening here?" So, Gina, if this is your first time, welcome to the channel. Let me officially welcome Gina in the chat. If you're new to the channel, put it in the chat. Let me know. Let me know. Gina says, first time ever watching YouTube live. Shout out to Gina, man. God bless you for tuning in, Gina. Gina. God bless you, Gina. Whoa, this is your first time watching and you've watched for like at least an hour or 2 hours? That is impressive, Gina. That's absolutely impressive. I'm proud of you. I am proud of you, and I know everybody here on this live is proud of you. So thank you for tuning in. Mr. Buski, God bless you as usual. God bless you. Mr. Buski is like the best moderator in the world on planet Earth. It's cool, chilled, and he knows politics. Gina says, "Oh, y'all, I felt so happy being here. Sorry if I talk too much." No, we want you to talk too much, Gina. This is where you talk, okay? This isn't where you like. No, this is a mixture of different part of the world. This is a mixture of different cultures. Like I said, I was born in Nigeria. I'm a United States citizen now, so I have a Nigerian background. I also live in the United States now, so it's like different people from different part of the world are here. So there is no Elon Musk is texting me. Let me be fresh and cool. It can be anything you want here. Okay. 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 Gina said, Gina said, don't threaten me with a good time now. Because you know I'm going to get you. You know I'm going to get you. Anyway, look, you guys are the best. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in God. It is your boy, Genesis. And I thank you guys. Thank you to all the veterans in the chat. Thank you to the moderators in the chat. And your boy Genesis is signing out. So if this is your first time like Gina, make sure you turn on the notification bell so when I go live you can see it. And if you want to join, I would really appreciate it. It's a wonderful day. It is Tuesday. The time is currently 4:39 a.m. and today's date is the 26th of November 2024. Thanksgiving is right around the corner and Christmas is right around the corner. So thank you so much. You guys are the best. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Genesis is signing out. Love you guys.